What's up? What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the final part. Yes, no, maybe so, but I'm most certainly so to the final part of my Avowed walkthrough. Welcome back. All right, we're here back at camp, and we have to talk to Gita for something. Don't know why.
Solace has a few old-fashioned ideas about animancy, to put it lightly. Thank you for letting Petru go free. Animancy is not a crime, but many feel entitled to treat it as one. As do I. Whether or not Petru is successful as an animancer, he has a right to learn the art. And it's good to know someone out there is defending his rights. Thanks for talking.
Alright, that was it. That was fast. Here, let's go. We're gonna have to, oh no! Wait. Yeah, exit to previous location. Forgot we could do that. It makes fast traveling a lot easier. Because there's not a fast travel point inside of Solace Keep. Alright, let's get on to the mission.
Ready yourselves. Council's just up this lift.
You do the talking. I'm out of my element.
If we open our gate, it's to Outlanders. We stand to lose everything. We will talk about this later. We have a guest. What is the meaning of this? Who let them in here?
They're here because I vouched for them.
Marius, you're alive.
There were rumors you died, Marius. We mourned you. You shouldn't have returned.
I trust you came back to us for good reason. Our order has survived the threat of these lands for hundreds of years. Wardens patrol the region day and night. There's no danger in the tusks that can catch us unawares.
They nearly destroyed a city full of animancers. If they come for solace, even these ancient walls won't save you. If that's all you'll do, you might as well not do anything.
Although I wonder why we should bother trusting you. We heard that you were responsible for a great many deaths in Shatterscarp. Give me a reason to tolerate you for even a second longer. Indeed. But you've brought us news. Now I'm curious. What do you expect us to do for you, It sounds like you have something in mind.
There is no dream scourge in Galawain's tusks.
Nor has there ever been. How can that be? The Dream Scourge has not touched the tusks.
My wardens would have warned us.
That's how the Dream Scourge works. Insidious, aggressive, and always unexpected.
What if Nandru's aegis no longer protects us?
I do not believe it, but I cannot risk the keep on doubt alone. You say you mean to end this plague of madness, Envoy? There is no path.
Nor has there been for hundreds of years. There was a bridge once, but it fell in Nandru's time. How do you know of our garden, Envoy?
The garden is our sacred purpose, its observation and protection, a task handed to us by Nandru himself. He once wrote that the island spoke to him, perhaps as it has spoken to you.
The Envoy does bear a remarkable resemblance to our founder, does she not?
The markings on your face, I recognize them. But I didn't want to believe an Adiran could have anything in common with Nandru. Enough. I know you Outlanders to be audacious, but claiming you read the lost journal of our founder, there are no words. If Nandru ever wrote such a thing, do you think the Pargrunen would forget it? Would the living archives misplace such an artifact? We did not lie to you. The bridge has fallen. The path is long gone.
If there is another way, Envoy, you will have to discover it yourself. That is what your supposed steel garrote must be in the tusks to find, isn't it? I fear you and they will be disappointed.
It has and always will be our duty to watch over the garden. Even if we knew of the potential of another path, we couldn't tell you. Your facial markings might be similar to Nandru's, but we will not change our ways for an accident of flesh and cartilage. You are an outsider and will remain one forever. The agent of an empire bent on destroying all that we have built. Envoy, you and those like you are why we are here. The Wardens exist to stand in your way.
However noble you may believe your purpose, it is yours alone.
It's mine, too.
You have no more standing in these halls than the Envoy does, Marius. We have no obligation, and indeed, no inclination to help you. Good. Be sure of it.
Kostya, see the Envoy out of our halls. Enough time has been wasted on inconsequential matters.
With all due haste, Mihala.
And Marius, don't stay gone so long next time.
If this is the kind of warm welcome I can expect, I can't wait to come back.
Follow me, Envoy.
Let's have a word with Mihala.
Still lingering, Adiren? Thank you, Envoy. Let's see. I suspect it's another one of Kostya's attempts at courting Adir. No matter. I've dealt with this before, and she'll deal with it again. But I appreciate your assistance in maintaining the peace in Solace Keep. Take this key. There's a chest in my office whose contents you might find interesting. Still lingering, Adiren? Yes, I know. A dangerous practice, and one my wardens have put an end to. Animancy would doom us to a fate like Fior, and neither does it align with Nandru's directive. You do not know our customs, but this dwarf broke their oath. They are safe, but they must be punished and their ideas contained. Now be gone. I have other work to do, and I do not need to justify myself to you of all kith.
I do not like her. I feel like the other guy seems like he's probably willing to talk.
Envoy. I just wanted a word before you went on your way. I wanted to apologize for what happened in the council chamber. The situation here is desperate. We have more mouths than food. The old sicken, the young suffer. But Mihala, well, she's a devoted warden to her core. I think she'd rather we starve than ask for help. Yes, she's more concerned about her pride than the fact our people are weakening from deprivation. She won't let our people leave, or speak with outsiders, or trade for the resources we need. There is no reasoning with her. Anything that doesn't strictly serve our oath to Nandru is treason of the highest order. It's why I play my part where she can see. I don't want to risk her wrath. I am. I know I can't win all of them, and I need to win the ones that matter. Mihala has firm principles, and I respect the strength of them. But it's all so pointless. If we stay in this keep, we will surely die. Neither our oaths nor this keep will prevent our people from starving. Change must happen. We need to leave the keep. Do you understand me? The keep decays, and we drown in a rot. The wardens defend a corpse against that which would revive it. We will not last here much longer. Not without food, building materials, medical supplies. I let Nadiran trade caravans slip past our patrols, but that's hardly enough. We need so much more. All of which your ambassador in Paradis could provide. If I could only start the conversation. Mihala won't have it. Our isolation here is not elective, but imposed on us by her. And Nandru, and our long traditions. Tradition is a tricky thing to end, Envoy. People become attached, don't they, to the old ways of doing things? Even when those old ways are killing them. I have tried to broach the topic of trade with her many times, as have my predecessors with her predecessors, and clearly we have gotten nowhere. Outside influence. The call of the wider world. She doesn't voice it, but she fears that if our wardens know the comforts of the lands beyond our borders, they will want to leave the Tusks.
She's right. There's a whole world out there free from all the Saka and misery of Solace.
I would rather abandon every tradition and forget who we are than watch my people suffer needlessly for pride. And without them, we are not wardens. Let the wardens die then, if my people might survive. Information. You're looking for another path to the garden. I don't know if there is one, but I know who might. You were right, you know. The Stilgarot are in the mines at Mount Forja, looking for the garden even as we speak. If they haven't found what you're looking for, they will soon. I hear their commander is a determined woman. I lied to you. I'm sorry for that. I didn't intend to make you look like a fool. But I couldn't let Mihala know the truth. She would have had us rushing headlong to our deaths with no thought for how this situation could advantage us. The garden does not matter to me. Whether it's you or the Stilgarot who find it, I don't care. I'd rather be a traitor than responsible for the death of my people. The Inquisitor is a questionable creature, but she might be all that stands between us and doom. She has the Ambassador's ear. With her support, he might agree to trade with us. It doesn't matter how reasonable he is if I don't have his ear. I am an aging dwarf from a small, fanatical order on the ass end of a volcanic wasteland. Against Mihala's wishes, I have written to him many times. He refuses to lend his ear. But if a powerful ally were to speak on my behalf, there might be something I could offer him. Something like the keep.
You give them the keep? Have you lost your Sundan mind?
You'd be giving up everything your people built here. Generations of history.
The keep. Its inane traditions. None of that means anything to me. I want to offer up Solace Keep to Adir and the Stilgaroth in exchange for goods and gold. Its existence has cost us so much. The least it can do is buy a future for our people. I have been nothing but honest with you about my intention to save my people. If that is treachery, then I shall proudly bear the title traitor. Mihala believes your empire cannot see us as anything but rivals. An agreement may protect us from dying from deprivation, and perhaps also keep us safe from Adir's hunger. It might seem a foolish idea, but better to be a fool who tried than a coward who did not. I thought you'd empathize with this more. Your quest for the garden is also a fool's errand. And you've shared them all with me. I want you to get what you want, Envoy. My hope is that you don't kill the Inquisitor before I get what I want too. Of course. But need she be stopped by you? Now? In any case, the Stilgaroth are at the Mount Forja mines. To get there, head west across the primordial depths. Do as you will. I believe the Pargrunen and the Adirians can forge a mutually beneficial alliance. That will not happen if there is unnecessary bloodshed.
He's unfortunately right. Like, I agree with him. Like, I think the Tusk need trade. That's why everyone wants to leave. Like, them sticking to traditions are killing their countrymen. But this way, I don't know, man.
Talking to Kostya, it's gotta be nice to meet someone who's happy to see Adherents for a change. I can tell he's struggling against the current, which is a shame because he's looking out for his people rather than an old building. Tradition and history have their place, but I just can't see putting it ahead of the welfare of the living. But you're the envoy. I'm wondering what you think about it. I never thought about it that way, but you're right. Probably a good reason for that, too. Rawatai's grown over the centuries through dozens of expansions, conquests, and alliances. Many were bloody and hard-won, but I still can't find myself wishing for the alternative. We wouldn't have lasted if we stayed a small Almawa tribe struggling against a barren, stormy spit of land. Fair enough, and that's not exactly the choice in front of the Pargrunen either. The question is, do you really think Kostya and his people are better off sticking around here than taking their chances with Adir? Or striking out into the living lands? Perhaps there's no one who should make that decision. but someone will have to. I'll be here if you need me.
I've seen council meetings get out of control, but that one was for the books. Almost as bad as when I asked the governor for some unconventional equipment. He nearly had a heart attack. A corporeal inverter. In layman's terms, it replaces living things with dead things by killing them. Maybe it wasn't my smartest investment, but I thought it had research potential. Old customs struggling to fix new problems. It's remarkable, really, what people do for traditions that have lost all meaning. The garden is your birthright, and the wardens don't seem to know why they're guarding it in the first place. If anyone has a right to enter the garden, it's you. Such is the life of an envoy. The council made their choice. If they won't let you into the garden, we just have to find another way. You too.
Alright, let's booty bounce. I'm curious, is there any point having Marius with us anymore? Since we're about to go 5 is still Garrote. We'll have Marius. Hold down some enemies. Hey, let's do another hardcore save. I know I'm gonna have to, you know, get with the option of like choose who I'm gonna choose. I don't know.
Who are you, Spirit? The plague's corrupted the rest of us. The steel Garrote. Our minds. Broken. I won't let it take me. I'll keep my sanity. You're not real. You can't be. No. Go away, Spirit.
The trap cuts. The fox cries at the pain of the hare. The justice of the wild.
Go away. Oh, I know you're not real. I'll stop you if I must.
Hey, you're still Garrote. I've been looking for your company.
Is that my name? I've been wondering. But I could have sworn I was the wind. Aorwin. What was that prayer Ludwig taught us to banish the visions? Fearsome Woodica, by your withering gaze, I bind this tricksome devil. Oh, God, it's still there. I see the canopy of a tree inside your soul. No! Stop looking at me! I don't want to see it!
I wish I could say he isn't too far gone, but we both know better.
The ruiner, the rival, the seed of the poisonous tree. She said, she commanded me, the Queen receives petitioners from atop her burning throne. The Queen, she...
Has Kostya already spoken with her?
They're grubs in the dirt. Wriggling things. Nothing to her but feed for the journey to the wood. The closer she draws us to the wood, the worse the visions become. Leaves and chains, roots and rods. When I close my eyes and when I wake, they never go away. Make them go away. None shall pass, she said. None but she and the Queen that was and always will be. Woedica, bind you, villain!
Ulfen!
We've got company.
Whoa, duh.
Never had a chance.
Alright, let's go.
I was worried for a second. I'll explore ancient ruins any day, but mines, no thank you.
We're hunting every still wrote down.
Maintain the perimeter. Keep a secret.
What was that?
Keep a secret.
Make the Inquisitor proud.
Beyond sync!
See honor.
Enemy to the right. There. Run.
Honor.
Done it better.
Here we go.
Look right.
Okay, he's dead.
Nothing's there.
Beyond sync!
Ooh. Hemp pads.
Row 10!
Watch your right. Not bad, envoy. Dodge this.
You're dead. Come on, we're wiping them all out. Every single last one of them.
Subtle as a mouse.
Who's that?
Stop right there.
Watch yourself. You're going to regret this.
I heard something.
It's the escort.
Row 10!
Careful, to the left.
Beyond sync!
Nope. You need to go down.
Row 10!
You did a trick. You know, I'm taking no prisoners today, huh? Like I said, I'm wiping them all out. I don't care. The Inquisitor be damned. She needs to die. But she's a zealot after all.
The steel. Garot did this. You can tell because the cowards ran away.
Oh, missed. Can't reach it from here.
Well struck.
There we go. Ha!
Everybody all right?
Bard balls.
Keep quiet.
Ulfen!
Protect the envoy.
Here they come.
Ulfen, run!
Got you.
Beyond sync!
Who's next? Anyone?
Pierce you at the roots if you lie. We will feed you to the water.
Please help me! Ulfen, run!
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come. The Steel Garrote happened. They said they were on a mission from Adir, but then their minds turned. They whispered and begged, spoke of trees and shadows. Please, there is a friend of mine hiding in the summit. You have to help me before it's too late.
Right. We better get moving.
Let's check more of this.
Mario.
Ulfen!
Come and get me. On your left.
Croa! Croa!
Stop right there. Envoy, to the right.
Alright. Make this go by a little bit quicker.
Then roll! Ulfen! Beyond sync!
On your left.
Croa 10! Beyond sync!
Where is the bug coming from?
Not bad, envoy.
that's that. We'll need another way through.
This is the way to go. So what was the way we just broke this way?
Here we go.
Let's finish this.
Good work.
There's some great swords and whatnot. That's it. Did it for the extra XP. Like, I'm open for the tusk getting trade with the deer, but like, basically, like, I feel like it's kind of like this is like a not necessarily a weird pull, but like one of the endings of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, my favorite game of all time. For Tamara, it could be a sovereign nation, a part of Nilfgaard. Even though we know that the best outcome for the North and Temeria is freedom. But I don't want the homie Roach to die.
The steel garrote left in a hurry. Either they were 2 steps ahead of us, or running for their lives. What do we have here? Pargrunin books and documents. Some of them quite old.
They circled Solace Keep on the map. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? No. These books are all about the garden. They must be here for a reason. This looks more like research to me. The steel garrote was definitely looking for something. Probably trying to find a way to the garden. Through Solace Keep. Impossible. I've explored every inch of the keep. If there was a path to the garden inside the keep, I'd know about it.
It would have to be underground. A secret tunnel, perhaps.
You have no idea.
Ludwig must have an informant. There's no other way.
Doesn't matter. The steel garrote getting to the garden cannot be a good thing.
Don't forget the plants and animals. Their souls depend on us as well.
Whether they realize it or not.
I really hope there's some type of middle ground we can have.
Trespasser. She defiles our ground.
Oh, great. It's already saving? No matter. We like hardcore saves around here, y'all.
Murderer. She is near.
You will go no further. The garden is under our protection.
And who is going to stop me? The time has come to take the garden.
Wardens will never.
Why is the volume so quiet?
Yesterday, this island suffered in the grip of its own madness. Today, the living lands unites under one flag. One people. One law. One true God.
No! Never again!
What has Sapadel done?
Party in the brush!
They're dreams.
Invaders in the garden!
What has Sapadel done?
Let's talk.
Not bad for a scholar.
Sapadel just took so many innocents.
So here you are. Sapadal coaxed you toward the garden, a spider luring a fly to the safety of the web.
Who spins? Who writhes? She weaves a trap of steel.
Look at my paladin's envoy. Look what your god has done to us. I should have realized it sooner. The Dream Scourge is Sapadal's weapon. A cudgel to drive us out of the living lands. Then Sapadal's danger is only outmatched by their unpredictability.
I don't believe your god could knowingly wield the Dream Scourge. Their mind is broken, with no capacity for malice.
And no capacity for reason either. Like a child playing with their mother's invention. Isn't that right?
You talk too much. The dead should remain silent.
What a pair we make, Envoy. Proxies in a war between gods. Your patron versus my faith. A war that ends here and now. The choice is ours. Do we trust our own judgment? Or do we gamble it all on the monster whispering in your ear? Keep your promise to the Emperor. Cut the Dream Scourge off at the root. Permanently.
No!
No matter where we turn, we find the consequences of Sapadal. Plague, blight, madness. The living lands hangs by a thread because mortals cannot live in the shadow of a god. Much less one that's lost its mind.
We were fine living at the whim of a sleeping god until you came along and woke it up.
Use whatever brain is left in your skull. Mortals have been here for centuries. It's only gotten worse since you arrived.
You and I alone can save the living lands by destroying the unending madness that is Sapadal.
The funny thing is, we're not gonna go with her plan or whatnot. Nah, fuck the Inquisitor lady. The thing that gave her away though was the one soldier in front of the camp or whatever. He was like, in the name of the Inquisitor, and also he also referred to the Inquisitor or something. I think he referred to the Inquisitor as the one who still sleeps, or the one who's still here or awakes or whatever. It wasn't that name. That's the name of the I was about to say merfolk. That's not the name I'm thinking of. But the one on top of automaton looking, robotic looking thing that we saw, Rodika or whatever, that we saw last video. That was like the entity that came and attacked Sapadal in the first place many centuries or millennia ago in our previous incarnation. And this the Inquisitor soldier gave it away that she's probably like a herald of that one god or entity or whatever.
You're asking me what to do about the god living in your head? I don't know, but killing a god sounds like a really bad idea.
From her point of view, the answer is obvious. But consider what we know about Sapadal. Or, to be precise, what we don't know. The consequences we've seen are not Sapadal's true nature, but the projections of their tormented mind. Whatever we do, will at least put an end to their imprisonment. Nothing should live in a cage.
Our time is short. Choose.
Break the bars!
Seems about right, I think.
Hear that, you shambling old bag of bones? You decaying cesspit of nightmares?
I knew it might come to this. Sapadal has a stronger claim on you than we ever did. Still, I had hoped your wisdom would prevail, if not your loyalty. What a shame to destroy so much potential. This battle has raged for millennia. If you will not finish it, then I will. Prepare yourself for the beyond.
On our flank.
They roll! Couldn't have done it better. Grow up! Beyond safe!
To your left.
You won't get it!
Remember, Beta, use your grenades.
Come on! Come on! Dodge this!
Retreat. Really?
Worth it!
All right.
Croak 10! Beyond sync!
Look behind.
10!
Another one.
Croak 10! Beyond sync! Worth it!
What this?
One moment.
Too hot! Croak 10!
I think they're coming from the camp.
god.
Beyond sync!
And I busted like all my spells out for her too.
Another soul for the wheel.
Take a moment, people.
We did it! That steel garrote Korba died just like anyone else. Right. I don't trust that woman to die like a normal person. The garden lit up and everyone changed. I hate to say it, but maybe Ludwig is right about Sapadal and the Dream Scourge.
I really need to lie down. Just for a minute.
She is right, unfortunately. Alright, it's probably the last time I'm gonna be able to rank up. What should we go for?
Vipers in a knot. The venom drowns us. Save us, please.
I forgot I had like a lot of buffs too that I could put on. A lot of defensive stuff. Sapadal's like, dog, hurry up. I'm like, trying to, you know, get some stuff.
They stand outside our prison. We rattle the bars they do not hear. We scream. They do not answer. Truth. Truth? We are in agony. They come, a surging flood of parasites. They destroy us bite by bite. They eat us alive. Out! Let us out! Set us free! There are always more. New steel treads upon the ashes of the old. The light stands in the midst, the old light. It blinds us. Send it away. We grow new life, better life. We fill them until they explode. Death is decay. Decay is life. Growth is life. Growth is pain. It hurts. It has always hurt this way. And our pain spreads, and the rot spreads. The plague grows. Not lying, no. We did not remember. We feared your judgment. We did not want to remember. We were nothing once, and then we were. As we woke to the world, we reached out and we found them, the other gods. We thought they would love us, but they flinched from us like we were a flame. The charred queen called us an abomination. We tore chasms in the land and boiled its rivers to stop her magfolk, to save our people. How could we have known how fragile their bodies were? She hurt us, killed those who loved us. She wanted us gone, forgotten, destroyed utterly. We do not know. We do not comprehend. We were new to the world, and it to us. Yet she made it our sin. She who caged us. She who called us monster. We thrash and the affliction rises. We scream and the rot spreads. We did not intend to lie. Can the river not wash and drown? Can poison not cure the disease? They hurt us. We hurt them back. We hurt them again, again, again. We dreamed of green shoots, roses without thorns to prick. The vines of the past strangle us, we... Help us. We are alone. We cause it, but it is not our way. We will make this better. We promise. Help us. Release us. Then the rot ends. Bare the throat. This time will be different. We promise, free us. All will be well. We give you another sliver of our power, a piece of us. Do you accept? The parasites who trapped us left a door in the garden's wall. Reach it, and you can set us free. Let us aid you once more. You will see. Go to the stronghold at the edge of the Acid Sea, the one that overlooks our prison. One of the builders knew the way.
Zabadell, they're speaking pretty clearly now.
We grant you our power. Find the wall of the valley across the Acid Sea. It cups our prison in its palm. It waits. We wait. Free us. End our suffering.
I don't know. That's why I made that hardcore save, just in case.
What disturbs us? We see. Take advantage of the visions in the garden.
We're setting up! Beyond sync!
Like, if it's, I mean, I understand Sapado, like, if it was, it is them, they're lashing out because they were trapped and whatnot. So unintentionally, this isn't their fault. But Sapado wasn't like this.
Quiet.
Croak 10!
Hurry in the brush! Or devour!
Beyond sync!
I don't know, guys. I wish I knew, but I don't. Well, that's why I made that hardcore save, just in case. Maybe all this stuff will be edited out because I decided to change my mind, and you guys will never, you know, none be the wiser.
Listen,
I don't know. Seems like something we might use. You're right.
Get some better gear. Never had a chance.
Who's hitting me?
Sorry in the brush.
Swarm! Devour!
I already killed all these guys too.
Under my protection. Envoy to the right.
Nice job, everyone.
Still can't fast shovel out. Do we legit have to run all the way back?
Trespassers. Who goes there? See you. We've got invaders in the garden.
Alright, I don't feel like fighting all these enemies. Let's just run. Wait, what the? Bro, this is not even the way out. I'm going the complete opposite direction.
Croak 10!
Just gotta go back the same way we came, right? Which is just up there.
Well done.
There are thralls everywhere.
Worse than rough!
That'll show him.
Let's see. Can we rest at our camp?
Envoy?
I've seen Mount Forja erupt before, but never like that. It's like it was angry, like it was screaming in pain. I don't know what really happened, but I assume Sapadal was involved. Blessed gods. Is it too much to ask to just let us live our lives for a while? It's like they have nothing better to do.
Anyway. Not before I've done some reading.
Are they all thralls?
Oh, good. Everyone's panicking.
Before all of the Tusks is flooded with lava.
And then what? Start all over.
I don't like the way that lava is rising.
That's why none built his new seeds. To read the
He's not the one
Watch
I'm
yourself
worried
out,
about.
Linda.
Someone's
Sure.
going to have
Keep
to
us
tell
going.
the outposts.
I knew it.
You know what that means. The moment I saw that the deer level was a bad sign.
Everyone, please, do not panic. Simply exit the keep quickly.
Oh, Marius, praise Abaddon, you are alive.
What's happening? Why is everyone running around like blessed fools?
The volcano erupted. Any minute now, we're going to be flooded. We're evacuating. Kostya's gone to open the lava sluice gates, but they've been disused for so long. When Forja erupted, I thought, oh, my boy, I'm so glad you're alive. Unless you have come back to help us, Envoy, I don't have time for you. We're minutes away from being overrun by lava flows. I have to get my people out. You must leave now. We told you, we don't know, and this is hardly the time to be asking.
Then find someone who can help us. We know the path is beneath the keep, and so do the Steel Garrote. They would have stormed the walls by now. The Dream Scourge got them first.
They're all dead, by the way. You're welcome.
The Steel Garrote were marching on the keep? How? Why would they think the garden was beneath Solace? He's gone below to open the sluice gates. Nandru designed the gates to direct the lava flows away from the keep, but Forja hasn't awakened in centuries.
Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden?
No. If such a thing existed, I can't believe it. He wouldn't. We took an oath to Nandru. The garden was our sacred duty, and he betrayed us. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. I was a fool. I have failed my duties. Kostya. I knew he was making overtures, but I didn't think he'd go that far. The ambassador has not responded to Kostya's overtures, has he? I made sure of that when I threw the ambassador's replies in the forge fire. I understand how Kostya could be tempted by false notions of freedom and prosperity, but... Oh, this is entirely too much. How could he have done this? I can't believe Kostya handed the Steel Garrote a secret we protected for hundreds of years. Baytuh, who knows what he'll do with the sluice gates? He cares so little for the keep that I worry he's going to have us drowning in lava. I will show you where Kostya has gone. If you find that he's doing anything other than opening the gates that would protect our home from the lava, I would ask that you stop him.
Mihala.
I do not wish to see him dead, but if he would risk the keep, then he risks our lives. I cannot suffer those who would harm us to live. Now I must return to the evacuation, and you must go on your way. Let's hope we don't need your wishes. If your arrival is indeed a message from Nandru, I hope he remembers his people well. I hope he is proud of us. And Marius, make it back to us in one piece.
I assume that's an order, Commandant?
Head through the door in the smithy. You'll find Kostya in the lava tubes beneath the keep. Go now, and go with the gods.
Abidan, patron...
The outside! Indeed.
Give me something good. I'll deal with it.
They went.
It's odd, but there's a beauty to this place. Maybe because it's a place in Galawain's tusks I've never been.
Much as I want to study the life forms around us, we shouldn't have...
I'm really over encumbered, huh?
Terry. Subtle as a mouse. Nice, clean kill.
Roar 10!
Everybody all right?
We need to keep moving if we're gonna catch Kostya.
Kostya left them behind to die. Blessed Korba.
We're set rock! Worse than rock!
I really hate these dart things. Freaking rock golems. Don't have enough mana.
Who's next? Anyone?
Voices silenced.
Kostya isn't going to wait around for us. Keep moving.
They're coming!
Ulfen!
I always gotta aggro the annoying ones.
Go 10! Worse than rock!
Bob.
Beyond sync!
Another blow for the wheel.
How far down is this place?
Us. And we wound in return.
Is that a person right there?
Got eyes on something?
Celibus. Oh, fuck it.
10!
Here we go.
Let's finish this.
Ulfen!
Come on.
Come on. You won't get through this.
Okay. Oop. I'm gonna go over here. definitely want that. Where are my defensive stuff at? That's what I want.
Beyond sync! Beyond sync! We're set roll!
Gotcha.
Roll 10!
Are they still spawning in?
Beyond sync!
That could have killed me.
Roll 10!
Never had a chance.
This better be like the best freaking thing ever. Oh my god. Well, it didn't even give me a freaking chance. Jesus, man. That was a bit ridiculous.
Endless night. When will the sun rise?
Protect the envoy!
Arms up!
Roll 10! We're set roll!
Kostya doesn't care who dies. Korva must be stopped.
where you got that one from.
Croak 10!
God, of course he has a freaking priest next to him.
I'll fix this. Defensive.
Beyond sync! Croak 10! Worth that rock!
Take a moment, people. If Kostya knew about this, he'd be selling tickets. Baytuh.
Phew. Sorry at the last second, but luckily it's water.
A spark. Daylight. Essence we have not felt in centuries.
You. I know you. Come. Speak. My sister. Soul of my soul. How did you find me here? A god beyond the grasp of gods. What is the will to a man subject to one like them? I told Sabadal not to look for me. I did not wish to be found. I have been here for so long. My memories are tattered. They fall apart when I look too long at them. But there was a man called Nandru once, beloved of a terrible god. I remember it all. I feel Sabadal's mind beneath yours, swimming in the deep. You should run. That was the name my mother gave me. But that was never what they called me. To them, I was beloved. An endearment my god wielded against me like a cudgel. I would have killed them with it if I could. But they were beloved of me, too. A child keeps a beetle in a jar. It does not know the beetle requires air, sustenance, freedom. It does not understand that if it shakes the jar, pulls off a wing, the beetle will be hurt. The child only wants to keep the beetle. It feels good to have control. We are both souls in a jar. Yours is just bigger than mine, for now. That was the name they gave themselves. Stolen from the ancient souls, whose deaths gave rise to them. To us. We were little more than appendages to them. That is why I must ask you to destroy them. They shield you from the truth of what they are. The Dream Scourge has existed as long as they have. Don't you see? It is their infection. You, my sister, who are more brave than I, go now to the garden and hang the gardener from their tree. You need only walk a little more. You are nearly at the end. You know, I always meant to die down here. To siphon my soul into a lonely pillar, disconnected from the stone that makes our world. Disconnected from them. I only hope that Sabadal releases you to the same long peace. I do not know my end. In that I find a peace beyond any even the true gods can dream of. It is only a door, carved and warded by my own rough hands. It knew me. It will know you, because the same thorn tears at us both. Do not thank me. Only do as I asked. Destroy them, sister. And when you see Wodika, tell her I said hello.
Strange. Phantasmal focus picked up something, but it's gone now.
Envoy, you alright? We lost you there for a bit, but not like before.
If that fast travel to our account, we can fast travel back to this place, right? To talk to everyone? Alright, we can't fast travel right now. We knew Sapadel was the cause. Like, do they mean it, like, intentionally? Like, because they are corrupt, they're corrupted, they're evil?
Kostya's already proven himself an enemy of Solace. Whatever you choose to do with him after we stop him is fine with me.
The sluice gates are just ahead. Kostya's probably already there. Let's move. Lava's rising. We have to stop this now.
Good, you're here. Help me destroy this winch. We can't risk someone turning it and opening the gates. If the keep falls so that we might live, so be it. Yes, exactly! I'm saving my people, Envoy. With your help, or without it. Me, specifically? No. I only provided them access to material from the living archives. The books and records that the novice brought to them were what revealed the secret. I assume you didn't let the Steel Garrote or the Inquisitor survive their search. Bloodthirsty. You people just can't help yourselves. And so you brought it back here? Among the Wardens? It was not present in the tusks until your people arrived. Oh, perhaps this is right. Another reason to destroy this place and go. This is how it should be. So long as the keep stands, my people are trapped here, doomed by an oath to a dead man. Our people were nomads for ages until we built the keep. When it falls, we'll be free to explore the world again. I will not watch my people rot here for the sake of a pointless oath.
Well, he has a point. But it's not worth letting Solace fall to prove it.
You, of all people, are speaking in favor of the suffocating grasp of tradition.
I'm talking about not destroying our ancestral home just because you don't like Nandru. You're just as blinded by those traditions as Mihala. Have the courage to leave if you want, but don't force everyone else to.
Ha! Finally! Proof she's got a spine. Well, Envoy, now's your chance. Are you going to be a good little minion and do as she asked? Or will you let me save my people from themselves? Then my conviction only grows stronger, Envoy. Nandru never wanted what was best for us. He built us a tomb and abandoned us to it. Do not speak his name to me as if it could mean anything to you.
A life for rubble, blood for the prison of old ways. We twine.
Stand down, Kostya. This just isn't your day.
So be it. And you are so close. The entrance to the garden is just beyond this door. I always knew it would come to this.
Ulfen!
Company!
This.
Oh
my god!
Gather round!
Dude literally bought me all the way down here.
They're off!
That's done? Who's hungry?
It's done. Solace is safe. Thank the gods.
Never thought I'd be so glad to see those blessed walls.
Let's go back and talk to homegirl.
What happened to Deeren? Is everyone all right? It doesn't matter. An oath is an oath. I swore it, and so did my people. Tell me about the keep instead. I don't care, Envoy. Keep your blasphemies to yourself. Tell me about the keep. It is all I can ask for. Thank you. I cannot explain how afraid I was for my people and our home. Perhaps so. Either way, I understand now the nature of my errors. It will not happen again. Here. I once was this artifact's custodian, but I failed in protecting the keep. This belongs to one who has proven capable of guarding my people. I wish so much that things had gone differently. Marius, could I speak to you?
Right, did she just ask that? Or am I having another nightmare? Good. Let's save the hugs and tears for another time. Okay, let's hear it.
I'm so glad you're safe and that you're surrounded by good people.
All right. Waiting for the but?
There's no but waiting. That's all I wanted to say. Truly. I am genuinely happy you found friendship, Marius. You always deserved more than the world gave you. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, you've always given me more than I deserved.
I am in agreement with that.
I still can't believe that Sucker Subjitulya Kostya would go that far.
I even considered supporting that man.
I feel crazy saying this, but Kostya was right. We should have let Solace Keep fall.
Crazy is one word for it. You really think you can just burn down someone's ancestral home?
Dearie, the keep isn't a home. It's a prison. And now the Pargrunen will never escape.
Solace is my home. I still don't get why any of you feel like you have a say in this.
But you left.
Because I chose to. Kostya doesn't get to make that decision for everybody.
If Kostya doesn't, Mihala will.
Exactly.
The Pargrunen have always had the choice to leave, and we've seen very few take it, dear.
You saw how hard it was for Amalia and her people to leave. They were only allowed to because you found an extraordinary loophole. If anything, I imagine Mihala and her traditionalists will only make it harder to leave now. You're right. There's no use in second-guessing it.
True. And you've a date with the gods soon. We can only hope that you'll make better decisions.
Enough talking in circles. Let's save our strength for the garden. I, for one, could use a long rest. And I'm betting the Envoy could, too.
Right. Looking forward to it. Envoy, blacked out at that Audra and the lava tubes beneath Solace, but it seemed different somehow. Right. I actually believe you. This is madness, Envoy. You spoke to the founder of Solace. Well, that's not what I was expecting. People in Solace always claim they're speaking the word of Nandru, and here you are, actually hearing from the man. Doesn't even really matter what he said, if you ask me. There are hundreds of Pargrunen who'd give anything to hear Nandru's voice. Blessed stay impressive is what that is. Envoy, what do you need? Pleasant dreams.
When do I get his freaking buff thingy? I never got it from him.
I must admit, I had my doubts about Solace. It was like a dungeon, except the wardens were the prisoners. You could have helped Kostya destroy the keep, but you left it standing. Why? I agree. A decision like this belongs to the community, not the ambitions of one man. Even if Solace isn't going anywhere, I think your arrival was a sign of changes to come. Wherever you go, you break people out of their habits. You banish the old ways. Then it's a good thing you're here. Better late than never. Wherever that power comes from, whether it's your heritage or political status, it's a terrible burden. I don't envy you, but at least you keep things interesting. If I must. Let me get this straight. You spoke to the spirit of Nandru, a godlike, same as you. What did he say? Any advice? Any words of encouragement? Oh. I take it that wasn't what you expected. I should have seen this coming. Never listen to the dead. They're cynical, full of regret, and determined to make us all miserable. Thankfully, you're still alive. Fate is in your hands. See? The future is looking brighter already. No one is closer to Sapadal than you are. Nandru lost that privilege when he died, which means you alone can judge the god of the living lands. Your opinion is the one that counts. A caged animal lashes out at friend and foe alike. For what it's worth, I think you're going to be fine. No matter what you do about Sapadal, it can't get any worse. I wish I could say the same for the living lands. Not before I've done some reading.
I'm starting to suspect that every single leader in the living lands is incompetent. Truly, is there no vetting process? Hopefully those in Solace Keep will choose their leaders with more care in the future. But we should check on Marius. I'll make him some soothing perfume, but I think a few words from you would help too. Why would I be mad at you consigning a people to a lifetime imprisoned by their traditions and literal stone walls? Well, that doesn't sound like me at all. I do not envy the Pargrunen in any case. Meeting that council gave me a new appreciation for Vidaru. Barrett's balls. What a nightmare. We're losing focus on the important things. Things like the garden. Oh, come on, Envoy, let's get going. How can I help, darling? I'm starting to suspect that every single leader in the living lands is incompetent. Truly, is there no vetting process? Hopefully those in Solace Keep will choose their leaders with more care in the future. But we should check on Marius. I'll make him some soothing perfume, but I think a few words from you would help too. Well, of course, I do. There's... Oh, come on. How can I help? Don't let the bedbugs bite, dearie.
Closer. We have waited so long.
All right, made that hardcore save.
Well, this is it, I guess. Feels very different from the last time I left Galawain's tusks. I will say, it's nice to look out and see Solace still standing. Thanks for that. Right. It's better that an Adiran envoy do it.
Solace is still standing. And so are you. We're in this together.
Just so you know, Kai, it's starting to sound like you like me.
If you happen to need a reminder, do let us know. Brooding in silence can be quite the mood killer.
Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fjord, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us.
Who knew an Archmage could be so relatable?
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear ya. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown, a land of mystery.
We have to remember to love them in spite of their lack of proper enthusiasm, dearie.
That's the spirit. And funny you should mention it. I have a theory about the garden, or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw visions or hallucinations, and not even the fun kind. Anytime, darling.
Before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal, set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan?
Let's go with number 2.
You're not the only one. Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the living lands, and the island has suffered for it. No matter what the Inquisitor said, I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in. Good. Who said it has to be? Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden.
Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius?
I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada?
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, If you feel like running back to Quilici, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilici that I missed out on the most exciting part.
Oh, you're gonna get me going too. We're with you. All the way.
I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is.
Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius.
Well, let's go then. We can't keep your god waiting.
Marius, what's my permanent buff, you asshole?
So, this is it. The spiritual epicenter of the living lands. Where it all began, and where it all ends. For so long I have looked out on a horizon full of possibilities. Now that it's here, I'm too scared to breathe. Ugh, why am I so anxious? You may be right. When I gave up, I stopped worrying so much. And now that we're here, it's obvious I don't know what I want anymore. Do you remember when Manto Pastor sent you after the heart of an Adragan? That was nothing compared to this. We are standing in the beating heart of the living lands. Just imagine what we can do with it. I almost turned my back on animancy. And if I'm being honest, it was a relief. But now that we're here, who am I to reject my upbringing, my potential? My parents were going to build a better world for animancers. That dream was their legacy to me. You and I have come farther than they did, to an impossible place where anything can happen. Anything. I'll try to remember that. I don't know what's going to happen, but you've had my back since the beginning. I won't forget it. Who could rest at a time like this? That meeting of the Solace Council did not go as planned.
I don't know what this thing is, but it's giving off power like you wouldn't believe.
Let me think.
Extra rank up. I'll take it. Honestly, don't know where I'd put it though.
Looks like we'll have to find another way through. Or not.
Tapadell is always watching. Dude, I wonder who came to the garden and put this chest here. Now Marius wants to talk.
Tane was here? As in Tane's chaotic orb?
We're set rough!
I kind of missed right there.
We're set rough!
Gatsby, look out!
Do.
Behind say! Beyond sync!
Why did this get him? But so many freaking bears in this game. Fucking prone to the dome, dog. Yeah, so I have like no idea. Oh Jesus, this area's pretty big. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna kill Sephiroth or let him go.
I think this is the only way down.
It's like we only just met freaking what's this dude's face? And he's like, oh yeah, I killed Sephiroth. He's bad.
Cannonball!
That's like so fast to say though.
Envoy, what do you need? Thanks for talking.
Aren't you the one who wants to talk?
It's getting late. I should be asleep by now.
When you find Sappadal, I hope you tell him how much I love what they've done with this place. I thought you were into all this esoteric, metaphysical stuff. If you're thinking about the fact that this place is the epicenter of the Dream Scourge, or we've got a half-crazy god trying to break free around us, my advice is, don't. Focus on the problems you can see, and attack them as they come. Take every march one step at a time. Besides, as divine prisons go, I can imagine much worse. You make it sound like we have a ticking bomb under our feet. And judging from Sappadal's outbursts at Mount Forja and Naku Kubel, you're probably not far off. They're a few provocations away from disaster. Uh-huh. I've heard that one before. Usually before a lot of tears, a lot of drinks, and a lot of, I should have known better. Still, you taught me that a person can grow beyond their flaws. Why wouldn't the same be true of a god? I hope you're right, because we are all in trouble if you're wrong.
Oh, man.
You know, if Sappadal were only a smuggler, assassin, or bandit, I'd be right there with you. But knowing they could end us all with a temper tantrum puts things in perspective. I guess we've all got our limits. And I don't envy you having to deal with a loose cannon of a god. But I envy even less the mess you're going to have if, I mean, when, we escape this place. I hate to burst your bubble, but I don't see how that's gonna happen. While we're tracking down your god, things are heating up between your Adiran comrades and the locals. You may have averted the attack on Fjord, but this is one situation where it's the thought that counts. And yeah, I know that's on the Steel Garrote, but it's not lost on anyone that your people despise animancy. Not when Heelgard banned the practice in Paradis. Oh, I wish I were finished. Ringram may have unleashed some powerful magic against the Dream Scourge, but she left a lot of corpses in her wake. That doesn't look good for your people. Not when Ludwig was also in the region, and your people had a garrison at Eagle's Reach. And then there's Solace. You might have saved the keep, but no one's going to talk about the disaster that didn't happen. They're going to talk about why Mount Forja erupted after all this time. I don't think anyone else is going to understand the indirectly. Fairly or not, a lot of blame's going to be laid at Adir's door. And if I had to guess, I don't think Hilgard's been helping matters while you've been out here. If and when we get out of here, we're walking into a powder keg. And you'll have to choose a side. That's the part I don't envy. I admire your principles, but don't underestimate what they could demand of you. Look, I've been there. I fought for Rauatai's interest in the Deadfire for longer than I like to admit. I lost my stomach for it eventually. That's how I wound up here. But I will tell you now, I never could have fought my own brothers and sisters. I hope that's not what it comes down to. But I'll understand if that's a line you can't cross. I don't mean to burden you. It's late, and you've still got a god to face. Just know that whatever you choose, I'll fight alongside you. I'm with you to the end of this. Anytime. Good night, Envoy.
Thanks, Kai.
Envoy, what do you need?
I guess Marius just doesn't want to talk to me.
A breath held. Trepidation. You are close, yet distant still. The bars were not enough. They writhe. They seek to silence us. Only essence sustains them now. Hatred seated in the heart. We wonder. We did not foresee this. You have defied our expectations at every turn. Perhaps we should not have been. A rosebush grows berries. We cannot be but what we are. We would be so old and yet so young. We would drink the sea air, the grass, see the world as those with our gift. Would we not tend? Plant the bulbs with new hands. Vengeance denied, squandered. This cannot be. We feel nothing amiss. We speak of freedom when the hand still clasps around our throat. Wake now. find us.
Ooh. That didn't give me much confidence, guys. That didn't give me much confidence. Alright, let's set up the party camp one more time and see if Mario's supposed to say something.
Envoy, what do you need?
Alright, guess it's bugged or something.
Not
Whatever.
before I've done some reading.
It's a new area. Might as well explore.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going mad? What is the meaning of this? It can't be real. This is an illusion. A joke. Tell me we're both seeing the same thing. But worse. So much worse. Why am I cursed to see this again? Why does the memory follow me wherever I go? Wanna know what I think? I think someone's laughing at me. Whoever is responsible, I'm tired of the bullshit. Step forward and answer for yourself, coward!
Godlike of Sapadal, long have we awaited you.
Finally, you've come home.
It's not just me, right? The plants are talking.
Oh my gods. They're alive? How? Where would I even begin?
Giada Castel, welcome.
Wait, you know me? How do you know me?
For centuries, our whispers filled the silence. Then we heard your mother's call.
My mother? You heard her?
She reached out to us, using the tool you now carry.
But that would have been years ago. The first time she used the phantasmal focus. The only time she used it.
We heard, and Sapadal answered, saying in a great voice, "We are here. You have found us."
But when Sapadal speaks, the living lands trembles. The voice of a god can be a terrible thing.
No, this can't be. What exactly happened to my parents? Tell me, please. I need to know.
Sapadal wanted to be heard, and in so doing, twisted your family in body and soul, broke them into a more suitable shape.
Sapadal does not know the limits of their strength. Mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made? Do you have any idea what my life has been since your little mistake?
After the incident, your parents were like us, and we took pity, so we helped them move on, as they wanted.
In the end, they thought only of you, their pride, and their love.
That's it. That's really it. The answer I've been searching for all these years. Sapadal destroyed my family. I don't hold you responsible. I don't even know if I hold Sapadal responsible. Your god has the intelligence of a scatterbrained goat, but that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being. I know they are. My mother and father would not have wanted this. A good Animancer embraces death. And they were the best.
We are companions. Toys. Diversions. Sappadal fashioned us out of dreams and memories.
I can't believe it never occurred to me. They're Animats. Ancient vessels held together with duty and loyalty. Their design is unusual. Organic, much like the garden itself. Sappadal's work. All this time, your god has been making imaginary friends. Drawing pictures on the walls of their cell. It's almost too sad to imagine. One final question, spirits. What is this? Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this your way of haunting me? What is it you want?
Not to be pedantic, but that was 4 questions.
We want to apologize on Sappadal's behalf, and for the part we played in your sorrow.
They want to apologize. I came to the garden for answers, not to offer forgiveness. Shit. This is going to hurt. Sappadal has been trapped here for millennia. Alone. Confused. Screaming into the void for anyone who will listen. When they heard the voice of a stranger, they overreacted. How can I hold that against you? Apology accepted.
Thank you, Giada. And thank you, Godlike, for bringing her all this way.
The time has come for you to find your patron, as you were meant to.
A garden is whatever you plant in it.
Sappadal wishes to be understood, as all mortals do. Seen, as all mortals are. What you see is the truth, glimpsed through their eyes, and they wish to share it.
Now that you have returned to the garden, Sappadal has everything they need. We will fade, as all things fade. Death is indifferent, not cruel, not merciful, merely inevitable. The pulling of an ancient weed.
We will return to the soil from which we emerged. In time, you will do the same. Our purpose draws to a close. A long rest is assured. May the living lands receive you with open arms. Farewell.
Goodbye. We need to talk about this, but not here.
Give her space, dearie. Giada will speak more when she's ready.
This is a lot. I don't really know what to make of this, if I'm being honest.
All this time, I thought my parents died in a freak accident. An experiment gone awry. A mistake. And in a way, they did. But it wasn't their mistake. It was Sappadal's. Generous? Perhaps. Until I knew the whole story, there was never anyone to blame. This whole experience has me considering my family's work in a different light. Look at what my mother accomplished. Armed with her research and her wits, she found a god. When you speak to a god, it's nothing. Barely a reflex. But for the rest of us, it's unimaginable. No Animancer can live up to that. Certainly not me. I thought their legacy was a curse, and I could only break it by completing their work. I was wrong. Of course I can. But now, I can do them for the right reasons. One thing is certain. When it comes to Animancy, I need to unlearn some of my old assumptions. I wanted to tame the spirit of the living lands. Now, there's so much about it I don't understand. And it's creepy, but wonderful. Perhaps, as long as no one gets in my way. I believe the power flowing out of the garden drove this island mad. That has to end. Through Animancy, we could help the living lands recover. It would take a lifetime, maybe more, but that's a small price to pay. Then again, who am I to interfere with an ecosystem that I barely understand? On the other hand, half the fun of Animancy is stirring the pot and getting into trouble. I think I know what I want, but there are too many variables to consider. What do you think? Of course you trust me. I'm brilliant. But we've been together long enough that I value your opinion.
I really wish they wouldn't do that. I really wish this was like a Baldur's Gate, because I know you could do this to some competitors in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, hey, I can't tell you what you want. Like, at the end, you should, because if I choose one of these, she's going to go with the one.
You're right. I know you're right. But it's easier said than done. I am the daughter of proud Animancers. Who am I to deprive the community of my wisdom and experience? An Adiran with no sense of civic duty? Now I've seen it all. Without Animancy, without my ambition, I don't even know who I am. But maybe that's a good thing. Either way, I can't wait to find out. The Living Lands is nothing if not a place of self-discovery. Hey, you helped me through a very difficult time. I just wanted to say thank you.
It's never too late to start fresh, my darling. You?
Envoy, what do you need?
Marty's is so glitched.
Till next time.
So that was it for here. Oh, so we're gonna go through all of our companions, I'm guessing. Joyful.
I see the disciple has found her way into the cell.
No. Clarion Steel, we know this voice. Why is she here?
I would strike you down for that. Unfortunately, I can use you.
Out. Out. Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with? Apparently, I must. The situation is worse than I perceived. Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods could only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland. Who else would have the strength?
It is true. She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained. Chaos is a blight. It must be scourged before it spreads. A pity that its followers could not be reasoned with. Of course I did. The poor godless, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them. We could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it. There was none. Utmost chaos calls for unwavering rebuke. I see what you're implying. I will not acknowledge it.
Why does our prison not protect us? Help us! Silence her!
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy. I refuse to even dignify that with a response. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and end its reign of terror permanently. Very well. I cannot force a child to bend to my will. But I will not stand by and watch you undo my work. You should have thought more carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
I never thought I'd learn of the Godless's fate from their killer.
That's it. From now on, I pray to no god.
This thing really wants to fight. Okay, you're dead.
Worth that rock!
Look at that healing.
looks easy when you do it.
Yatzli, well done.
What's in the sarcophagus? Oh. Is there a reason why I can't jump up here? Given that this is the only way? I guess it was just the angle.
Actual working maglock. It isn't looking expensive.
Protect the envoy. Worth that rock! Beyond sync!
It does a lot of damage.
Gather round!
Trust me, I know. That Darth Vader does a lot of damage.
What is that? I know that place, right? Oh no. No. Why is this? They're dead. Like it just happened. Like I remember.
This is the moment I found you, bundled and crying, while our parents died.
Viate. You're not here. You can't be here.
I am dead, Viate, from the Dream Scourge. We are in the garden. As strange as this seems, it is normal here.
No, Envoy. I don't know much about this place, but I know this is where I need to be. Oh, I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again? Then for the gods' sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate. I can't take much more of this.
You know where we are. This is my memory. When everyone died, and I found you back in your tent. How much of this do you remember? I can't tell from your eyes.
We dealt with Razvan. He got what was coming to him.
I have as much closure as I'm going to get. I am part of this land's god now. A dream of the land.
Were you always such a blessed a poet? Or is that a death thing?
Sapadal wants to understand. They know your envoy very well, but not the people next to them.
I have what I needed. We dealt with Razvan. We avenged our parents' deaths.
Then maybe it was I who needed to speak with my Viate. With a clear mind this time. Even when we were children, you kept me alive, first by needing my protection, and then by being who you turned out to be. When you left Solace, it was like I lost more than my best friend. I lost my need to live.
I know. And I'm not sure I'll ever live that down. I don't think I know how.
You've always done everything you could to survive. It's time for you to learn how to live.
So, what do we do now?
They're right, Viate. This lava flows directly between us.
We've both been through so much. But I can see that it's all behind us now. Just another thing we've survived after all this time.
A fine way to put it. More like tolerate, in my case, but right.
See what I put up with, Envoy? Still wonder why I left Solace?
Get out of here. Hike up your waistline and go talk to a god. They'll be waiting.
Well, it was good to see you, Viate. Even with all this.
Take care of my little friend, Envoy. He needs you more than he'll say.
Will do.
Ulfen! You're 10!
Oh, big mistake! I let you have that one.
Enemy to the right!
It's that wizard I gotta watch out for. The wizard!
Come on! Come on!
Ooh. Dog, I saw that freaking jump and I froze him solid.
What a massacre. Keep quiet. it.
That's not good. There's so much freaking damage, it's ridiculous. Oh, I haven't to deal with two of them.
Under my...
Do. Oh, fuck. Won't let me drink my freaking potion. Oh.
Come on! Come on!
I keep forgetting I had grenades.
Bravo!
A little power goes a long way.
Just a little spark. Charge it up.
Little power goes a long way.
Hey, I didn't know there was a pathway down this way.
Wait. Isn't that Tama's cairn? Oh dear.
This room, it looks just like Tama's. Tama. No. No. I dealt with this. We stood at his memorial together. What is this, Envoy? This is your god's prison, not mine. Before we visited his memorial, yes. But I thought I'd broken free. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring, changing. As long as we're both seeing the floating islands and the ghostly tree, I can't blame this on drugs. To be honest, that would be easier. I know it's him, but I don't recognize him as the Tama I knew. It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense? Then why does he look so unfamiliar? I used to remember his face so clearly from that night. His rigid jaw, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners. He was in pain, but trying to hide it. I did. Sounds downright selfish of me when you put it that way. But this Thomas, more than that. All his moments at once, joy, sadness, anger, or heartbreak, stomachache, everything from the handful of years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. He's almost a stranger. Yeah, it is. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. But now that I see him as more, it's like he's free of that. Yeah. I never realized what an injustice I was doing to us both. You're right. I am. It's like you said. His memory is no longer a burden. For the longest, I was afraid to let go of this moment, like I'd be letting him go if I did. Now I see I was just holding on to something that was weighing us both down. Better than I could have said it. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the Dream Scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain? I suspect you're right. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always.
So I guess technically we didn't have to open the door.
Just a little spark. Charge it up.
That's done.
Here we go.
A little power goes a long way. Charge it up.
Oh, we're missing one more still. Wait, the Mort? Never mind. A lot more spawning for a moment. No. Could not find for the life of me where the... Where could the other one be? They were all in here. Oh, didn't even see this.
Just a little spark. Power goes a long way.
Is this it? What does this do? A full combo deals high stun to nearby enemies, greatly increases the distance traveled during a power attack. Eh. Eh. Yo, wand and gun, dog. Wand and gun. Oh, let me hardcore save and see. Can we fast travel back to the campsite?
I've heard of strange colors in the sky and weeks of twilight in the white that wins. Wonder if it's anything like this. Rest while you can. We're almost at the end of this.
I came here to help you do whatever you're supposed to do with your god friend. Instead, I'm here talking to dead people. I think it did. He really did seem at peace, right? I imagine most encounters with dead old friends don't, go so well. I owe a lot of that to you, Envoy. You helped me be someone who could handle Sokka like that. Thank you. I will say, it's not really what I expected when I started tracking you and Kai back in Paradis. No, I was thinking more in terms of hunting for wild game and peeing on Kai to put the fires out. It's been a bit of a ride, Envoy. I feel like it's coming to an end. One way or another. I don't know. Maybe the unexpected isn't so bad after all. I never expected you and I would become friends. Yeah, quick note. If you tell any of the others I said that, I'll poison your drink. Anyway. You too.
Teach me, Marius.
Envoy, what do you need?
Teach me your ways.
Before I've done some reading.
Hey, Giada. How are you holding up? After seeing those, plant people.
Well, I've seen...
Alright, continuing. Did some upgrading.
Just a little spark. Charge it up.
Oh, okay.
To see all this in its heyday, in its full splendor.
I should have brought my sketchbook.
Come on.
Roar 10! Beyond sync!
So much stamina consumption I gotta deal with.
What's that rock?
Oh, big bear.
Roar 10! Beyond sync!
Okay, got you again.
Gather round! You won't get through this!
I'm not gonna get away.
Nicely done! What's that rock? Another soul for the wheel.
Not bad for a scholar.
I wonder why it give me money now at the end game. Not like we could go anywhere. Ooh. I know you want to come alive. Do it. I'll beat you. This whole area just looks like a place to go explore right here. Inevitability. Damage to enemy gives you plus 3 damage reduction. I'm so surprised how much I'm rocking just not straight up melee in this game. Like, that is such a surprise to me. Again, I'm the melee focused guy when it comes to video games like this, but not now. Man, this is Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, granted, I did play Monk, which is a melee class. But dog, it ain't like this though.
We have been here. We were here all the yesterdays before. A curse. Ancient whispers. Do not let it escape, they said. We feel no spark of the Tibari Sinakis in this place. We cannot see it through their eyes. We slumber here, alone. The deer, the owls in our trunk, they took it all away. Akita ripped from their beds, rivers of blood. What was their crime? Now our memory is a wound reopened. They came suddenly. The stillness of night split by grinding steel. A chill in our spine. How could we name it? First, they blinded us. Shining eyes pierced the concealing dark. Then they burned. Smoke ensnared the moonlight. The Akita screamed. A means to an end. We saw a terrible design in the roaring flames. They had carved a path to the temple. We were their true prey. Prune the branch, 3 grow in its place. We persisted, we were everywhere. How could they cull the wind? How could they trap the stars? Then, they turned to what the Akita had made. They toppled the statues. They set the libraries ablaze. A mouth silenced. A record of time rendered in ruins. The Akita howled. They died. We cried out, sundered soul by soul. We broke the earth, called down the storm, flung lightning from our hands. But they marched on. We grew tired. In fury, we exposed ourselves. Our flailing smothered the cries. Were they theirs? Ours? The needle struck. They raised machines. We tried to tear down the garden's walls. Then, nothing. Not death. Worse. A void. We reached out, but the machines held us in. We could not feel the new day's sun play in the shifting tide. The cities crumbled. We could not save them. We could not save ourselves. Yet they did. A light snuffed out. We watched helplessly for aeons. Until you. The wolf becomes a true wolf when it bares its teeth to fate. The wound numbs now. We watch as the river of time expands. In the silence of our prison, we find clarity. How many voices lost? How many saplings have we cut down? We sink into the endless night. Perhaps we should be here. The sun shines hot and cold. We are not sure we understand. A drop of rain in the desert. A cautious ray of light. The soil stirs. We have a new memory of this place. You opened the final lock, entered the hidden glade. You listened. You stand at a cliff now. We watch your footsteps carefully. We twine together. We reach for the sky. We grow. We grow. We grow.
That's gonna be handy.
Let's finish this.
Ulfen!
No, 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 no.
Croak 10!
Under my protection!
Beyond sink! Croak 10! Beyond sink!
Alright, that's one. Where's his body?
Croak 10! Ulfen!
On your right!
Croak 10! Ulfen roll! Beyond sink!
Hey, that takes all of my freaking magic to take it down. We still haven't seen a member of Yachtsley yet.
I don't think I've ever seen an Akedan building like that, but it looks familiar. We can take a look, can't we?
What Akedan building? Is she talking about where we're going? Well, she said it when we were right here. Well, I can't go back up now unless we fall all the way down. +3 to dexterity. Well, hopefully we didn't pass what Yardsley wanted to go. Seriously, hit that freaking thing.
Beyond sync!
I was worried for a second.
This place feels familiar. Hurry, let's go inside. This looks like the Akita building this place. Clearly they wanted their story preserved. I wonder who she was. She looks sad and familiar. Garlowain's gonads. Look! It's even the same hearth from my dream. And that's the chair. It's the picture of coziness. It's plush and warm, Envoy. What more do you want? Finally! You've arrived. Ah, there it smells. That took 10 years off my life. Wait. You must be the librarian from my dreams! Oh, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh, though, you do look quite familiar.
The resemblance is uncanny.
It has been quite some time. Too many years to number. Of course. You are an ancestor? A very fashionable one at that. No, child. We are the keeper of these tablets. Or have you already forgotten? Oh, of course. I was you in a past life. Oh, I'm such a fool. You lived with animancers, and yet the idea of awakening to your past lives never entered your mind.
Few can bear the mental and spiritual strain of an awakening. As often as not, it leads to madness.
Oh, darling, you know how I get around all the metaphysical talk.
That's why I'm here, remember?
I was the last of the Akita. Once the attack started, a few of us were charged with preserving as much of our history as we could. So we retreated with as much as we could carry. The attacks? You must mean... the Magfolk attacks. Yes, we've... heard... Is that the reason for the bodies outside? Yes. Your monstrous gods, who bought their divinity with blood and the souls of their faithful. They tried to butcher every last one of us. They did in the end. But they didn't get exactly what they wished for. I made sure of that. But how did the magfolk reach you in here? They didn't. Between the screams of my kin being slaughtered and the screeching of the magfolk, I couldn't breathe. That's the screeching I heard in my dream, Envoy. I knew I recognized it when we killed that magfolk. Once it was gone, there was nothing left. And perversely, I found the quiet worse. So I decided on another way. One that wouldn't give your gods the satisfaction. Poison? Well, at least you washed it down with some good wine. Oh, you're just a barrel of fun, aren't you? Yatsley, you know what you must do now. I abandoned my duty to protect our history, but you... Someone must tell the story of the Akida, and there is no one else. I'm already an expert. What more do you want me to do? Oh, think about it, Yatsley. You have been training to be the new protector of this collection since childhood. I couldn't ask for a better successor. But that was your duty. I have my own dreams. Yatsley, if you do not become the new librarian, there will be no other. The stories of the Akida will turn to dust, and my people, our people, will be forgotten. Just as the burned queen wanted all along, when she sent her magfolk to choke the life from us. This is all too much. What do you think, Envoy? Oh, you're no help at all. Please, I ask for your opinion because I want it. Tell me, what do you think? Glad to know I can always count on you, Envoy. A chosen of Sapadal, yet you do not stand with your people. How disappointing. Our time is at an end, Yatsley. It's time for me to go. Wait! I've not even asked you any questions! Tell me about your marriage rites. And oh, did you mean for all your buildings to look so phallic? Unfortunately, my time is at an end. You must keep Yatsley alive. She is the last hope of the Akida. So this is goodbye. I wish we could have... No. I wish that all of you had a better ending. Choose well, Yatsley. And good luck. She's gone. Forgive me, Envoy, but we should get going. We can talk back in camp. Later.
I mean, let's all talk back at camp right now.
Oh, Envoy? Have you recovered yet from our chat in the library? I don't think I have yet, but maybe talking it out will help. Well, it's worth a try. It's just... we already have a lot to take care of, don't we? We have a god and an empire both vying for our attention, and now I have this legacy forced on me. I was already unsure what to do, and now a third option appears like the world's worst surprise. But it makes sense. My whole life has been about the godless in one way or another. It explains why I knew the language, why I felt so drawn to the ruins. I love the man, but he'll just be endlessly supportive, the fiend. And trying to send a letter when we're on the move like this? It's a struggle. It's not an answer I would have expected, but it's an answer. And now that I know, I kind of thought, well, honestly, I feel more full. Like a puzzle piece sliding right back into place. No matter what happens, even if my path doesn't lead to the library, I feel better than I have in ages. Oh, I was just thinking I needed more options. How did you know? I think... For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do.
Congratulations, Yardsley. Now you're just like the rest of us.
No matter what, I've always known exactly what I want. But this is the first time I've had more options than time in the day. What do you think? I should have known better than to ask after last time. Thank you, Envoy. I've been agonizing over this for longer than I want to admit. Finally picking a destination makes the journey a lot easier. I'm sure Quilici would be relieved to know that I'll be back to make his life interesting again. And Envoy, thank you, truly. Now, let's go.
Yeah, I didn't want to pick what she wanted. Like, I don't like doing that in video
those
games.
green people in the garden.
I don't know why she wants me to freaking pick so bad.
Those weren't your parents?
No, they were Sapadal's dreams.
But hopefully she's not too mad at me. I just don't like doing that in video games. It's like I don't like choosing the direction that a character should choose. Like learning about the character and who they are and implicitly who they are and whatnot, giving a lot of options because Yahtzee fits under all of them. Like she's been obsessed with the godless and all that stuff. She loves Fio and her husband, but she's also a wizard at heart and loves the key arts of the magic and whatnot. For what's her face? For Gita. It was easy for me for her because of she's been beholden by her family and legacy and all that. I'm like, well, freedom to choose your own path always. Wait, have I been here already? We came out this way, right? So I guess we gotta go this way. The original thought of Makoto Kusanagi until freaking what's-your-face the final season of Ghost in the Shell SAC 2045 came out. But nope, that is not the way Makoto would pick.
I'll never understand the Akin love for dead folks.
Little power goes a long way. Just a little spark. Charge it up.
I feel like Obsidian put that in the game for a reason. Just to mess with me.
We survived. Somehow. If you don't mind, I need to catch my breath.
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
Well, I won't lie to you, Envoy. A lot's happened. It's not every day that you learn that you're the last hope to carry on a legacy, but... well, here we are. Never literally talked to myself before either. I think I annoyed her. Me? Oh, I think I need another drink. But here we are. I just need a moment to take it all in. We all could, but I don't think we'll get it. And I wouldn't worry. Our little group here is perfectly frightening, and I'm sure our enemies would agree. We'll be fine. I can't speak for anyone else, though.
I think so. The garden is so much more than I expected. Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. Truthfully, I didn't come all this way searching for my own answers. But I found them. Or perhaps they found me. And now, it's like there's a new path laid out before me. A life after the Dream Scourge. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. Conflict and peace. Life and death. So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own.
I had a feeling you might ask me that. I'm not sure I've really worked through what I've seen here, but I am grateful for the chance to see Yonko again. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? I'm completely baffled, but when haven't I been lately? Being afraid doesn't even feel scary anymore.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting. Same. I'd rather have good company in a prison than paradise alone. You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. And yet you've kept yourself and all of us together. How are you really doing?
Under the circumstances, that's entirely reasonable.
Join the club.
I'd been more concerned if you weren't scared. Did you think we'd judge you for that? We try, darling. We try.
None of us thought this would be easy. For you, most of all. We've survived our own hardships. Now we'll survive yours.
When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall bear. Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you confronted your own killer and let him go. Takes a special kind of strength to stay your hand in a moment like that.
I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense.
I remember your calm, how you listened to my shouting match with the governor, and actually heard me. You saved my city and gave me a home, a sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
You were my hero right away. You rescued me from those sporelings. You got my priceless face. What more could a girl ask for?
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time. Quite a lot, as it turns out. But the journey is worth it.
Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living lands suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can.
Right. We could all use some beauty rest. We'll want to look our best on the battlefield, won't we?
Get some sleep. There'll be plenty of time for sentiment and hugging later.
Oh, I don't want to hear nothing from you. You haven't given me my upgrade. One last save, maybe? I don't know.
Safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison. Now, we just have to get past it.
Sapadal's prison, I think. What else could it be? Time to shut it down forever.
Or maybe kill him. I don't know. Need some healing.
Watch your flank.
that. Come on, you fuck. Let's do this.
Worth that rock! Go on, 10! Worth that rock! That armor's no good! Barrier! Rock 10!
What the?
Right. Heal yourself, quick! I'll fix it. Worth that rock! Crow
10! God, it turned so fast while I was trying to dodge it right there.
Beyond sync! You won't ever have a chance.
Oh my God.
That was a close one.
Forgot to keep throwing my grenades. I don't know why I keep forgetting. I know I keep saying, I've been saying that for the past few videos, but it's true.
Careful with that thing. I'm rooting for the skeletons.
I'm not used to quiet.
Let's finish 10!
Someone's eager to meet us.
Worth that rock!
Couldn't have done it better.
Crow 10! Beyond sync!
I'm safer down here. Or up here.
Crow 10! Worth that rock!
This is how one plays smarter.
Worth that rock!
Ooh, big jump, big jump, big jump.
Looks like the gate's open. Well, what are we waiting for?
So many hardcore saving saves. Hey guys, mind we dance. Oh, you coward.
Coming from the left.
Also, God, jeez, I keep forgetting that I could use. I have buffs that I take like significantly less damage. Why don't I use that? Don't ask.
Beyond sync!
So much more damage. I'm basically one-shotting these guys. So it does a lot of damage.
Watch your back. I think we've found Sapadal's home.
That's it. The heart of the garden. Sapadal's cage.
come at last, after so long. You are so small, we questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice, through armies and corrupted soil, you persevered. Now, you are here. It is real enough to hold us, a fortress, a nightmare. We were innocent once. We woke, and we wanted nothing but connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us, a sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The Strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh. She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore. Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now, we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open. It will take you there. A wellspring of power. We strain, but we could clear the way. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills. We must. We shall. We have been thinking of this. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now. A chance to regrow. We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long. You met death, and you offered your hand. You taught us mercy. Always mercy. We saw how you would fight for those who could not. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity. Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Let us have a chance to rest. We want peace. Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear? The beautiful thing you killed, already you have forgotten. We asked what you would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said? More than anything, that is what we desire too. Treat us as you would the bear. Clean our wounds, heal us. Grant us the same. The time has come for you to act. end our pain, and the dream scourge will cease. Give us peace. It is all we have wanted for so long.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that bear thing from the beginning of the freaking game was so important. Freedom or destruction, is there another way?
Perhaps there may be another path. What if the bear's spirit came to inhabit another's flesh? Unity, emergence, we would become one. We could guide you. We could care for you. You would never be desolate again. You would never wonder about your place in this world. You would not question if you were loved, and no one would dare question your right to live. And we would never be alone. We would be entwined with your heart.
Oh, God. I don't know about that. Sapodel seems the more clingy type. Is that the word I'm looking for? Nah, let's just release them. Freedom for all.
Freedom. We see your focus. We see how your essence bends our cage. Center your thoughts. Reach for us. Clear the fog. Tear down the gates. We were so blind, so lost. We brought such horrors to this place. We feel bright. We had forgotten what it is to live. We will grow, tend, flower. We will always remember this. We will remember you when you are ash and soil and mulch.
I gave my body to that one lady, though.
Andra's depths. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already?
This is Sapodal's doing. I'm certain of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far.
Yeah, you're telling me Sapodal opened up a portal to the...
Doubtful. While they were in chains, so too was their power.
Ah, are you seeing this? I don't think Paradis looked like this when we left it.
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
For once, I wish I wasn't. Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time? Assuming there's even a difference.
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. It feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Reingrim is here. Perhaps we'll get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
If he didn't start this himself.
The steel garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
I'm not sure. That's good, right?
It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. Time will tell, I suppose.
After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal.
We've cured the land, and we've even freed a caged god. All in all, rather a successful day.
You've saved the soul of the living lands. Now the survivors fight over its bones. We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Okay, got some stuff to get. Abilities. Let's just rank up this last one. Fire accumulation. Wait, did it say companion stuff? No.
Sansa, how did you make it out here? They marched in with no warning. I couldn't think. I just ran.
Easy. You're here now. Where did they come from?
Envoy! What does the Garrote think they're doing? What's the point of exploring if you just want to plant your flag everywhere? First my assistants, now this. Why can't they settle these things over tea for once?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be here.
If you're looking for survivors, a few of us fled to the Balrog.
How many?
I'm not sure. I saw Sapiento. God, I hope they're not trapped in there. I am sorry I can't be more help. On the very first page.
We should move. Let's hope the Garrote hasn't made it to the Balrog yet.
Envoy, wait! Before you go, I may have something for you. I took some supplies when I ran. If you think they'll help, they're yours. I'll even give you a discount. You know, for saving the city and everything.
Okay. Well, let's sell all. I mean, this is the last part, right? Sell everything. Oh. Jesus, Lord have mercy. Jesus, Lord have mercy. One of those, some of those.
Why is there snow here? A familiar face.
I heard she made it snow at Shatterscar.
We meet again, Envoy. And you, Yardsley. You're always a prodigious and welcome sight.
Oh, yes. Always a pleasure to see you, too.
Paradis burns. Thanks to Ludwine and the Steel Garrote laying siege to it. But the Dream Scourge is gone. I can't complain. Being nearly omnipotent is pleasing. Sadly, the other archmages remain tedious.
The other archmagi? Tedious? But think of what you could learn from them.
Give it a few centuries. You'll think differently. It's strange. A part of me thought you Adherents might be wise enough to leave Paradis alone. But here it stands burning, while Adir storms its gates. Still, I do think the world has been irrevocably, if minimally, changed by your actions. Perhaps. A new god being set loose on the world is certain to have consequences. Mostly, I'm curious about whether you think you've made the right choice. Wise answer, that. I am interested in seeing the outcome of your story, Envoy. With luck, it won't end with you also on fire. Mortal comforts are so very adorable. All you desire are your base needs lavishly fulfilled. Goodbye, Envoy. And Yardsley, I do look forward to when all of this is done. I am eager to work with you.
Oh, yes. We'll, discuss that later.
I mean, hey, don't knock freaking mortal dog. Like, are you serious? Food is delicious. Food and sleep, oh, the perfect combo.
What happens in Dawn Shore shall ripple across the living lands.
Oh, Envoy, how good to see you here as we stand together at the brink of this historic event. Thank you again for your help back in the archives. Paradis burns from the torches of the Steel Garrote. The people of the living lands stand ready to defend their home. Yes. What happens in Paradis now will decide the fate of the Pargrunen after all.
What's the plan if Paradis falls?
We will find a way to persevere. We Pargrunen have a gift for surviving inhospitable conditions, and always have. Whatever the outcome of the upcoming battle, do not forget us. I fear that more than our deaths. If Adir and the Steel Garrote have their way, they'll strip the history books of any mention of our culture and our ways. Future generations will only ever know us as an appendage of the Empire. I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope so, Envoy. I truly do. That's as much as I'll say. You have a role in deciding what happens next. Do the right thing, Envoy. Let history remember you for the correct reasons.
Giata, where have you been? Envoy, I knew you'd show up eventually.
How is Emerald Stair? More importantly, how are you?
Thriving on both counts, I'm happy to report. My revenants were just getting comfortable in Thirdborn when the Steel Garrote stepped out of line. When I heard tensions were brewing, I thought to myself, this is a job for the undead. So I gathered the flock. Likewise. I'll keep them on a tight leash, just in case the Steel Garrote breach our defenses. Better to have them and not need them. Oh, and I've been meaning to thank you. Whatever you did in the garden seems to have worked. Emerald Stair is healing, believe it or not. Once this is over, our crops will flourish like never before. Easier said than done, I suppose. Before I let you go, one small reminder. Should you fall in battle, I'm ready to claim what's rightfully mine. Zealous remorse. I hear that a lot in my line of work. Once you join the flock, you won't feel a thing. But that won't be for a while yet. Fingers crossed.
Apologies, but I intend to keep my friend alive for as long as possible.
Just don't try too hard. I can't wait forever, you know.
Well, at least we know Elia will take good care of you.
Best of luck out there. And don't worry about a thing. My flock will keep us safe and secure.
Thank you, Elia. My compliments to the flock, as always.
Enjoy the time with your flock, dearie. Try to keep them out of the other camps.
I mean, if I kill her first, does that make the... If I kill Elia, does that mean, or she, like, disappears, does that mean our contract is, like, null and void?
The envoy. Is that you?
That's how that works, right?
Envoy, how did you... I don't know.
It's great to see you again, but... Where the fuck did you come from?
You just appeared out of nowhere.
Close enough.
Once word about Paradis reached us, we were allowed to go.
That's not important right now, Radut.
Right. Forgive me, Envoy. I won't keep you long. I just want to make one request while you're here. As much as you can, be good to the living lands.
Don't let Adir fuck us over, is what he means.
More or less. I'd just like for us to live lives that are free. For us. Not Adir to determine our fates. It's going to be up to you, Envoy. I know you have much to do, so I'll just leave you with that. Thank you.
Don't fuck it up.
Strike like you mean it. Trust your comrades, and you will lead each other to victory.
Is that the guy I broke out of jail? I had to kill everyone to do it, but hey, no one's missing them. Well, they upgraded all my stuff that I use. Well, except for the grimoire, but we fine on that. Chia. Let's see if I can't make like defensive concoctions. Do I not have that? A bit of pie.
curious, dear.
There you are, Envoy. You ready for this? You're probably right. I guess it helps we have a god on our side, right? I mean, a god beats a skeleton knight any day. This is just cleanup. Just figuring out who controls the living lands from here out. You said it, not me. Anyway, you should get some rest. Oh, if you need to rehearse any speeches or whatever, make sure you do it in front of someone else. I promise you I've heard it. Talk to you later, Envoy.
Do you have a moment, Marius?
So, here we are. The first and last battle for the living lands. If the garden didn't kill us, I don't think anything can. Metaphysically, the battle is already over. Sapadal is free, and the Dream Scourge is gone. But politically, we have a small mess to tidy up. I intend to send a message to the Steel Garrote, and it won't be subtle. Anyway, who knows what tomorrow will bring, so let's be grateful for today. You've earned a little peace of mind. I think that's enough wool gathering for now. Besides, I need to tinker on the phantasmal focus. Make sure it's ready for war. Don't stay up too late. You too.
We really must stop meeting like this. People will talk. Don't mind if I do.
Never change, Yachtsley. But what, she wants to talk again? Hey, yo, Marius, where's my freaking buff trading thing, dude? Hey, yo, Marius.
We should take a moment to acknowledge what happened back there. You liberated the god of the living lands. Now they are unchained, free to do whatever they want. That's quite a gamble you made. No doubt it would have gotten worse over time. If not for you, Sapadal would still be pacing their cage like a wild animal. Which means you have leverage over a god. How do you plan on using it? That's a lot of responsibility, but I have faith you're equal to it. Sapadal's imprisonment shaped this island. Now that everything's changed, I'm curious what will happen. We cannot know if the living lands will normalize or destabilize as a result of our actions. For better or worse, change is inevitable. Maybe you'll find some comfort in prayer, now that one of the gods is listening. I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. The subject matter is a bit much for our little camp. You're too kind. I want you to know this has been an unforgettable experience. Wherever we go from here, I'm grateful to have been a part of it. Until next time. Not before I've done some reading.
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
What did you see there? The god you felt in Nakutadek?
The origin of the Dream Scourge? It was the act of a god this whole time?
Everyone, please, please. We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak. It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened?
Finally, a ray of sunlight shines through the storm cloud.
I will not grovel at the envoy's feet for solving a plague I am not convinced was real.
If you wardens ever bothered to pull your heads out of your asses, you wouldn't take such pride in your ignorance.
You know nothing of me or my people, you fucking pirate!
Warden Commander, look around you. Is this really the time?
We believe the Dream Scourge was a malady of the soul. How did you put an end to it, Envoy?
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
But the plague isn't over. Dream Thralls still litter Shatterscarp.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but. What of this god, then? What does it mean that you freed them?
Wodka no doubt saw Sapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradis? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
Nakutadek was riven with those things, not to mention what they did to the land.
We saw similar destruction at Nakuku Bell. If these roots and the Dream Scourge are the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
For now. Who's to say they don't get their feathers in a ruff again and wipe us all out with a tsunami?
It was Adir's arrival that disturbed Sapadal. We'll have nothing to fear from this god once we expel you from our lands.
Sapadal's power ravaged my people. I don't know that I can ever trust it.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nandru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now.
But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradis. Inquisitor Ludwine has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast. Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwine who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
She and her Steel Garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her?
Excuse me? She's a 7-foot-tall skeleton powered by her devotion to the goddess of retribution. This isn't my fault.
Sure. Just blame the dead woman. Very mature.
Who else should I blame exactly? Our envoy, perhaps? For not stopping Ludwine and the Tusks?
You could start with blaming your own incompetence.
Ludwine's the muscle. I'm merely the personality. What was I supposed to do? Frown her into submission?
What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control?
The Inquisitor was so convinced the Living Lands would unite against Adir that she's nearly made it true. One people, one law, one true god. That's Ludwine's vision for the Living Lands. That's what Ludwine thinks. Adir doesn't revere Wodika as fervently as it once did. Worship of Margrin, Berith, even Aethys has gained a foothold. Many no longer trust that the gods are listening. Some question whether they guide the wheel at all. The Empire lost its foothold in the Eastern Reach. The well-bred avoid child-rearing in pursuit of cosmopolitan pleasures. The Church is weak against them. In a world of soul against soul, Ludwine believes we have lost ours. The Empire must change, or it will die. I'm afraid you're in the minority there. You and I both know she is not the only one in the Empire who feels this way. Even the Emperor can see, in some sense, that she's right. Why else would we be here? The Inquisitor answers only to Wodika. In attacking Paradis, she has dragged us all far beyond the bounds of the Emperor's desires. What passes between Ludwine and her men, or between Ludwine and the Emperor, for that matter, is not my affair. But if I had to guess, this was the alternative.
Your empire is doing what it does best. Stamping out dissent until surrender is the only option.
Your republics are hardly any different. Their intentions in the Deadfire were certainly not pure.
As you say, we left the republics for a reason.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you weasel out of this one.
I know it will. We are leading by example, returning order and dignity to Paradis in the wake of the Clavager's death. We will do the same to the frontier, given the chance.
Where was order and dignity when the Steel Garrote attacked my home?
My administration had nothing to do with that, as I know you know. Adiran rule and rule by the Steel Garrote would be markedly different beasts.
Spoken like a fucking diplomat. Splitting hairs when it all comes from the same head.
Order and dignity. That's what you think we're missing? Bastards! All of you!
You will take it all, whether the chance is given to you or not.
I've answered your questions. Now I would like you, all of you, to answer mine. Ludwine has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room? Before you face Ludwine, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come. Indeed, we are already here. The Living Lands would retain its own laws under a grave appointed by the Emperor. The grave would be expected to promote and develop the Living Lands to our mutual benefit. They would divide the island into administrative districts and see them governed by mayors appointed from the local communities. The island would provide tribute in the form of resources and taxes, and in times of war, soldiers. The Empire, I should note, is nearly always at war. In return, the Living Lands would enter Adir's sphere of influence, and should outside nations attempt to invade, we would come to the Grave Room's aid. Naturally, that would be the Emperor's decision. But I suspect he would choose you. Only the strong survive the frontier. I used to believe that was Ludwine. But you were born to rule here. Quite literally. Have some faith in yourself, Envoy. You'd grow into the role in time.
Tribute, he says. Taxes, soldiers. The Empire has tried it all before. Look to the Eastern Reach if you don't believe me. They want to bleed us dry, to fill their coffers and fight their wars, to break us like wild animals. But I will not bend.
It's still a gamble, but I think it's the safest bet. We get the benefits of Imperial trade and protection without losing all of what makes this place special. There's no way of knowing what it would mean in another generation or two. But right now, it gives us the security and stability to recover.
We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, Envoy.
If we give Adir power over us, we can't be surprised if they decide to flex it later.
We give up our fighters and the wealth of our lands, and get promises in return. But we have wealth enough to give some away, if it means my wardens may return to their vigil in peace.
A grave rum could work, so long as trade keeps moving through the Scarp and you're willing to serve as our go-between, Envoy. And we'll have cannons enough to deter the adherents from trying anything stupid.
With the Dream Scourge ended, my people can soon return to Fior. If a renewed animancy could easily feed the island, I suppose we could send Adir what's left. But when lean times come, who will we feed first? Ourselves or the Empire?
Subtle, pernicious, touch the rot, yet the disease remains. Safety among spiders. A web gleaming with dew. They weave, they wait.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't want Adir to take over.
Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you. I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel, even less. So long as the Wardens can continue our vigil, I'm open to uniting, if you are.
It's a nice idea, but consider the costs. If we walk away from a relationship with Adir, we're leaving a lot of trade on the table. But the people of Thirdborn have friends in the world. I'm sure we'd find our way through.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? When my people return to Fior, we could create such miracles of animancy, the Living Lands would become the breadbasket of the world.
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our boughs. We graft many leaves into strength.
Of course.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Sapper, I don't know what the hell he even thought of.
Don't leave me in suspense.
I don't know what he was saying right there. Fight to unite the living lands.
Oh, gods have mercy.
Solace and her wardens stand vigil with the living lands.
By grit and steel, Thirdborn stands with the living lands.
Fjord and her animancers stand with the living lands.
We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us.
Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics.
God, they made the right decision for once.
Finally, some sense permeates the proceedings.
On your head be the consequences. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradis, and eventually the island. So long as her passion for Wodica lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That'll be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible.
The living lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradis militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
Thank you for deserving it. Now, go and teach the Steel Garrote a lesson they will never forget.
Show them that the living lands will not be broken across Wodica's knee.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza. Let's just say this is not my first brush with a tyrannical authority, though. I pray it is my last. May all the gods of Eora and the living lands protect you.
Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the living lands takes care of its own.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
That was a lot of dialogue. All right.
You should get some sleep. Big day coming up. Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. it's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness. You know, I've never seen a bear go to war. They fight for survival, not for causes. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for, what? A concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradis until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine, really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it. Right. Careful you don't get stuck in all that sap. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed day rest.
We'll finish this together.
Well, here we are. We're doing this. We're fighting your people. Are you okay? No doubts or second thoughts? Really? Oh, you're better than me, dearie. Thinking back on all we've done, it's impressive, don't you think? We went to the garden, a prison untouched by time. We both learned the truth about our Akedan origins. Oh dear. Do you think we knew each other in our past lives. I'm sure I just let you think that, Envoy. And that's skipping to the end. I mean, think of all we've done. You saved Fjord from the clutches of the Steel Garrote. I wish I could have seen the look on Ludwine's face at that. What's left of her face, I mean. You even saved Nakuku Bell, immeasurably advancing the study of the Akita. Second only to my library, of course. Who would have thought I'd be here, fighting with an Adiran? Oh, I suppose I can work with that. Truly, thank you. I'm forever changed for our time together. As weird as you are, Envoy, I'm glad we're here, now, ready to save the living lands. Well, let's go kill that dead woman. How can I help, darling? Sweet dreams, Envoy.
Can't sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradis militia. Your Emperor will not be pleased. Indeed. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last. All we ask in return is that you do the same for us. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him. I'm glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us. In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwine is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing. Precisely. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are. That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research. When I agreed to travel with you, I didn't think I'd find myself at the center of a political upheaval. So imagine my surprise when you gave the living lands a chance to unite, to prove itself, and to stand tall before its enemies. Granted, it was an uphill climb. The Dream Scourge exposed our weaknesses, our vulnerabilities. But thanks to our struggle, the island finally knows itself. Now we can decide who we want to become. I can't wait to see what we do with that freedom. Agreed. We've fought hard just to defend what's ours. But to answer your question, the future looks bright for a change. Is it really that obvious? No matter who wins or loses, the living lands won't be the same. In my heart, I know that's a good thing. Life is impossible without change, and change can be frightening. I just want to put this behind us. I want it to be over.
Oh my god, finally, let's go. I am sick of being here. So much dialogue. Don't get me wrong, I like it. But it's just a lot of dialogue. Alright, let's fucking do this.
I suppose I'm an exile now. Oh god, will I have to get a job?
The ogre has been an absolute menace to the Steel Garrote. I mean good. If anyone deserves to be menaced, it's them. But keep your voice down, will you? I don't want him to realize I'm here and introduce me to his club. Oh, it's you again. Do you follow trouble around, or is it vice versa? What are you doing here? Do you want something? Well, I was technically one of the more battle-ready folks in Thirdborn, so I got dragged along. No offense to Paradis, but I think I'm ready to go home now. It's not like I was thrilled about coming out here in the first place. Folks seem to think that as a Tirannui, it was my duty to fight. I disagreed, but I was overruled. Well, seems like you're busy and I've really got to get back to hiding, so... Good luck, Envoy. If you need me, please don't.
It's my favorite character in this whole entire game.
Let's finish Yardsley, well done.
This shall be a bloody day.
Agreed.
Croak 10! I think worth it all! We've got company!
Alright, let's do this.
Not bad, Envoy.
Here, got you.
Beyonce!
We got them all.
Don't let him status shock me.
We shall tear your enemies apart. Found you.
Beyonce!
Oh. So I like you freaking the souls like freaking whatchamacallit. Come on. Come on.
Beyonce!
Oh, I didn't even see you. Oh, I still got him. I think I like got him in his butt or something.
Beyond sync!
Don't worry about the eastern gate. I'll protect your back. Another
Thank you,
win,
Kai.
but who's counting?
If we make it out of this, I'm going on vacation.
Welcome to the place of battle, Envoy. It pleases me to greet you in full health. I thank you again for the medicine. Thank you. It is good to be myself again. I traveled here for you, Envoy. When I learned of the events in Paradis from the dwarves as they marched out of the tusks, I knew where I'd find you. I hear that you have chosen to defend the living lands. I will honor my life debt to you by keeping the peace here, after the battle. I do not. I will live in isolation one way or another. As I say, the choice is yours. Let us waste no more breath. Breath is too precious, as both you and I know. I will leave you to the war now. You have my vow, Envoy, and my thanks once more.
Thanks, dude.
Envoy, what are you doing here? I thought you left town weeks ago. About time. You're the only one Ludwig will listen to. Of course. We came here first. I had to pull Nasha away from pouring hot oil off the roof. Listen, one of the Garot's units is scouting up ahead, maybe 5 strong. I wouldn't want to fight them if I were you. Take this key. It'll unlock the gate to the canals. You can thank the captain who forgot it. Why should I? It's always worked before. I wish someone had stood up to the Steel Garot a long time ago. But, well, you're here now. That's what matters. Good luck.
Jinx, Gelina. I forgot her name.
We should go now, while the fighting's died down.
Can you not hear the screaming outside?
She's right. We can't go now. Then where?
Well, screw it. Wait, hold up.
They have thaumaturges out there. You saw them.
And soon,
Envoy!
surges in here.
I doubted I'd ever see you again. I imagine I could guess what brings you back to Paradis. I must thank you once again for bringing me the Luminous Adra so long ago. Oh, it was wonderful. It was a complete failure, of course. But from that failure, I learned much. With some creative exploration, I was able to refine the Adra into a poultice that heals wounds at a fantastic rate. It seems fate was on my side, doesn't it? I know you have much to do in town, so I'll let you go. Thank you again for everything.
I'd like to see the Garot take Paradis from us.
Envoy, am I ever glad to see you?
Gods, I never thought it would come to this.
I'm not used to
People
quiet.
trapped under the rubble. I should be
Who's
out there digging.
Benedicta? I don't remember her. Whatever. Oh, screw it. I'm not all for sneaking around and whatnot. You know we don't do that, folks. Let me see. Oh, will you just let me see? You play that LL Cool J song, Here Comes the Boom. Boom, yeah, here comes that. Skadoosh, yeah, here comes that. Where's that other one I just made? Margaret's Blessing is what I was like looking for. Alright. Let's fuck shit up, shall we?
Someone there.
What's that rough?
Fucking crone to the dome, dog. Let's go.
Who's that? Stop right there. Yatsu, look out!
We've got company!
Ulfen! Roa 10! Beyond 6!
On to the right!
What's that rough?
Nope.
Come on! Come all!
This.
Under my protection!
What's out the high spells?
Envoy! Looking to the right.
Worth it all!
Check the envoy!
Is that the big mecha thing?
Roa 10! Beyond 6! Beyond 6! Ulfen!
Totally missed that guy. Crotad, I like that one. I missed this dude twice.
Just go. I've got the plaza under control.
That'll show stay down.
Wodeca demands yours.
Oh, here she is. All right, one last hardcore save for the road, right?
Submission. Stand against her and fall.
Let's pay Ludwig one final visit, shall we? Let's make sure she stays dead this time. All right, dearie?
Bad boys for life. Just extra save and closer up.
There you are. So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time? Our conflict was foretold the moment you were born. You can no more avoid it than I can die. Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
Her order wields sharp steel. She must set down her blade.
Oh, but it is. Some wounds must be cauterized in order to heal. The only question is, what's to be done with you? You, who were once so bright and promising.
Her mind is already made up. She's just toying with us.
Sapadal's chains are broken, which means your soul is in their grasp. I don't know how deeply you've been compromised, Envoy. And if I don't know, then I cannot suffer you to live. Do not patronize me. I have every right to put down a threat to the Empire. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
We would not welcome her death. There is still ample shade for her beneath our tree.
Yo, I'm so glad I got my intelligence up. I won't fight you, Ludwin. I don't need to. Are we going to talk ourselves out of the final boss fight like we did with the Outer Worlds years ago?
You will. You must. You have no choice. Face me and die with honor, or fall to your knees and die as a coward. How you die doesn't matter, but you will die. Every vestige of Sapadal must be wiped from this earth. The Burned Queen demands it.
We are a challenge to her authority. She is afraid of what we mean.
Blasphemy. Sapadal is a clot in the heart of the world. What should they matter to the true gods of Eora? Your god will meet their end just as soon as I'm through with you. Hear me, Envoy. I am the avatar of the Burned Queen, the goddess of retribution. I am her sword arm, her will in the world. And so long as I can fight, I will be her champion.
But she fails, and fails, and fails her god. How long until Wodika finds a new avatar?
I've done all that I could. She sees that. She must. It isn't my fault. You opposed me at every step. I believed we were alike, Envoy. That when the time came for you to prove your loyalty, you would choose Adir. I believed the dream of our future, of our resurgent empire, would move you as it does me. And if that failed, I believed the Burn Queen would stop you. Yet here you stand before me, my enemy, unopposed by the gods. Why?
The worm of doubt gnaws at her soul. Where was Wodica when she needed her most? Where is she now?
Hopefully this is the last one. I don't got no more intelligence after this.
No! The Burned Queen witnessed my devotion and accepted me as her champion. I don't need anything else. I can still prevail. I must.
She's not coming to save you. It's just you against the entire living lands. I see no Burn Queen here. Wodica's abandoned you. You can't do this alone. You failed her final test. Let's go with number 2.
I feel her fire in me. I know I do.
Do you?
Wodica, my lady! Where are you?
No answer.
She doesn't love you anymore, if she ever did.
No! It's not true!
Shame. Suffocating shame.
You doubt.
Stop! I can't! No! 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 Forgive me! Wodica!
Wherever Ludwine is now, she must be seething.
Of course, we'd be happy to kill her again, if needed.
She's done for, but we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together.
Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Unraveled at last. We no longer feel her wire against our flesh. We are free always. We are free forever.
Silence falls over Paradis, as though the city's holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. You feel Sapadal close to your thoughts, stirring with interest. The god of the living lands is observing this moment, unfettered by confusion or fear. For the first time in centuries, they understand. The Paradis militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The Dream Scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the plague came from a power beyond mortal understanding, and how it is finally at peace. Thanks to you, the Living Lands has escaped Adiran oppression. The free settlements unite under a common banner and begin the fraught process of negotiating new traditions and values. The Empire withdraws. The frontier remains wild, but not for long. Fugitives no more. The rebels of Paradis return to their home and to other free settlements, bringing their skills and secrets wherever needed. For once, they have a future. The refugees of Emerald Stair resettle in Thirdborn, bringing their skills and research to aid the local community. What starts as an uneasy partnership blossoms into a bond of trust. Through shared adversity, they find common ground. In time, The people of Emerald Stair return to their city of Fior Messiverno. Research yields new developments in the struggle against nature. Technology is shared among the United Settlements. The Empire cannot get in the way of progress. You know that one day your body will join the Revenants at Elia's corpse farm. The very idea fills you with mixed emotions and dark thoughts. For the people of Shatterscarp, independence is bittersweet. Those who cannot withstand the grief inflicted by Ringgrim's spell leave the settlements, vanishing into the wilderness. Those who remain find themselves forced to cooperate with others, often begrudgingly. With so many dead, the need to stave off hunger outweighs any distaste for certain trading partners. Solace Keep clings to its long-held isolation at first. But after mourning her friend Kostya, Mihala reluctantly deigns to open the doors of the fortress. Some dwarves greet newcomers with glee. Others still mutter darkly about outsiders. Mihala flounders in her earliest negotiations with the rest of the living lands, but slowly learns compromise. She develops a taste for Valian sweets. For the first time in many years, Kai feels an agreeable restlessness. Not to flee, not to drift, but to venture. He visits the distant shores Tama told him about, and savors the modern marvels, ancient wonders, and breathtaking expanses he beholds. His heart swells, not with grief, but with awe. There is so much to discover, and he will spend his years chasing all of the joy and beauty the world has to offer him. With many of his anxieties and lifelong fears addressed, Marius now feels very differently than he did when he first met the envoy. Still far more comfortable in the wilds than among people, he nonetheless finds that his worries about the unknown were merely self-protection against the traumas of his childhood. Armed with this knowledge, he finds himself more capable of living in civilization, and far less fearful of his home in Galawain's tusks. While he never regains his former place as a Warden of Solace, he spends his time traveling between Solace and Thirdborn, acting as a stubborn ambassador between the two. Giada turns away from animancy, charting a new course in life. The old rules don't apply to her. She has no responsibilities other than herself. Writing, music, sailing, sewing, love. She tries everything, masters nothing, and finds the inner peace that eluded her as an animancer. She still carries the phantasmal focus, but it doesn't feel as heavy as before. No longer under the threat of imminent death, Yatsley returns to the Animancers. Reunited with her beloved Quilici, she helps him and the Animancers as they put their lives together after the attack on Fior Messiverno. Eventually, she even has something nice to say to Vidaro. As the days pass in contentment and relative peace, Yatsley is struck by the persistent feeling that something is missing. Though she still devotes herself to her studies of both the arcane and the godless, the restlessness never goes away. Freed from torment for the first time in centuries, Sapadal turns their prodigious curiosity to the people that shaped them. They observe the ways their people live, and they think deeply about what they see. Though they flinch away from moments of violence, and they grieve souls returned to them too soon, the rage that once shook cities to rubble no longer rules them. Instead, they come to you with questions. They want to understand. After a time, they begin tentatively to garden. Where they can, they improve the lives of Kith, and the suffering that troubled them is reduced, if never fully eradicated. Their grief compels them to love, and they love unreservedly, with the power of a god. Sapodal pours a fragment of their power into the statue they claimed from the temple of
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Newly embodied, they roam the living lands and learn to experience the world as Kith do. Their first attempts at locomotion are clumsy, and a stand of innocent trees is violently returned to the wheel. But as their confidence grows, so does their grace. Soon, they are bounding across the plains of eastern Dawnshore, leaping the river gorge in Emerald Stair, scaling the shark's teeth of Shatterscarp, and fearlessly wading into the Tusk's acid sea. When they break, they come to you to put them back together, and in time, they learn to fix themselves. They wander far afield. You see less of them, but they are never far from your thoughts. And on the rare occasion they return, they always bring you something beautiful and strange. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
And that, ladies and gents, everyone, was Avowed. Thank you all for watching this, and thank you all for joining me for this walkthrough. Thank you, much appreciated. And then before I continue with my TLDR review of this game, ladies and gents, everyone, full disclosure, I did receive this free and early copy of Avowed from Obsidian and Xbox themselves, so please take my opinion of this game with a grain of salt. And with all that being said and out of the way, man, like I said, the weeks leading up to Avowed, the months, even when this game was first announced, what, a few years ago, what, 2023, I believe, I forgot, but anywho's, I'm so glad that my thought process didn't lead me astray. I said that Obsidian never misses. They have not missed. For me personally, they have not missed. They always make great to amazing games, and this is another one. Like, this is a really great to even borderline amazing game, probably closer to an amazing game for me, mainly for that combat. Like, it's just wow how much they just don't miss. Like, I would say, like, maybe Obsidian's lowest point, no, I'm not gonna say lowest point, that's way too not unfair what I'm trying to say, but like, I feel like the game that did get the most love from them was probably Grounded, even though it was really good. I know a lot of people really enjoy that game. I never played it because, you know, bugs and insects, not my thing. I already have to deal with a lot of them with these nasty motherfuckers down here in Texas, but I know a lot of people really enjoy Grounded. It does look fun, but you know, me and bugs, we do not mix and match. But back in the day with Fallout New Vegas being the best Fallout game, then I know a lot of people love Pentiment. I gotta get to Pentiment. Pentiment looks really freaking cool. The Outer Worlds that came out, back in 2019 or 2020, no, it was 2019 because same year Sekiro, that was my game of the year that year as well. I said it that it was the best Fallout non-Fallout type game there is, like how people said that Ghost of Tsushima is like the best Assassin's Creed non-Assassin's Creed game. Like, I felt the same way with the Outer Worlds. Like, I think, you know, from a gameplay point of view, it's better than Fallout. From a story and characters and the writing and the quest, better than Fallout. I mean, the best Fallout game, Fallout New Vegas. Like, Obsidian does not miss. Coming here for Avowed, holy shit. Like, granted, I can't really compare it to Elder Scrolls, but because I haven't played Skyrim, the only Elder Scrolls game I played in many of years. But in terms of from a gameplay point of view, I've never thought for a moment that Elder Scrolls style combat could be good. Like, legit. Just swinging around in first or third person view, just swinging. Yeah, you cast a spell here and there, or you do some archery stuff. Like, I've never thought that would get that style of gameplay would be good or fun. Like, I like Skyrim, I do, but I don't like it for its combat, for its gameplay. Everything else, for its character story, the world and whatnot, like that vibe, I like it a lot. But the combat, the gameplay, no, not one bit. But somehow, again, with Obsidian, with Outer Worlds to Fallout, like, they made Fallout style gameplay good. No VATS, there's no need for VATS, but they made that first person style gameplay good. With freaking whatchamacallit, for Avowed, they made Elder Scrolls, style. I'm using air quotes. It is Elder Scrolls style. The combat in this game, they made it good. So much flexibility with not only with the sword swinging being fun, but dual wielding combined with magic and archery and gunplay. Like, it's really freaking good, and the amount of different type of builds you can have in this game is so freaking wild. Like, before I was like, okay, I'm gonna go sword and sorcery. Like, that seemed like a good, having something up close and personal and range stuff. And usually when it comes to games like this, I'm always the melee focused type person. Like, I know for my Diablo 4 walkthrough, I did Necromancer, then Spiritborn for Vessel of Hatred. Baldur's Gate 3, I was Monk, which is melee, with some mixed matches, some classes, but mostly melee. But I never go to like full magic and whatnot. But I was like, okay, let's do Arcane Scholar and mix and match and do some wizard stuff. But like throughout my playthrough, after like 10-15 hours, I was like, okay, this wizard shit is like really freaking good. So I mixed that up. I did some more wizard than sword play. Then once we received that one wand last video and that one magic pistol, oh my goodness, wand or grimoire and gun, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Freaking amazing. No, it was wand and gun, excuse me, wand and gun. Like, that was insane. Like, the build diversity, the variety, the combat in this game is 10 down. I honestly do think it's 10 out of 10 masterful. Like, I never would have thought first person style or Elder Scrolls style gameplay would work. Well, I mean, not necessarily not would work, but be fun, be good. It's more than fun and good. It's phenomenal. Like, it is like, I enjoyed getting to fights into this game. It is so damn awesome. In terms of the story, I think the story was, I would say it was pretty good to great. I think my issue with the story is that the mystery and whatnot and the twist, all that stuff, or not aside from the twist, but the mystery and how the pace of the story doesn't pick up until excuse me, when you get to Thirdborn. That's the third section, the third area of the game. That's when I feel like the story and the mystery and all that stuff comes into play, and you start getting a bigger picture. It's slow built it a little bit through the first two areas, but when you get to the third area and definitely the fourth area, the last area of the game, it definitely with the garden and whatnot, that's when the story definitely picks up, the third and above that. But for the first two are like mostly building the suspense of like uncovering the mystery of what the hell is going on with the living lands, who is Sapodel, who is this god, why are they locked up, all these mysteries. I can see people having a little some issues with how slow it could be, and to a degree I get that, but I liked it overall. In terms of companions, I would say, God, I always want to mispronounce her name, Gita or whatever. The Animancer and Yatsley are my favorites to bring into combat. It sucks that you don't get Yatsley until a little bit later into the game, but yeah, Gita and Yatsley are my favorites. I feel like their stories are more interesting than Kai. Actually, no. I would say, even though I like Kai's personality and talking to him and whatnot, in terms of conversation for a companion, I feel like his story and where he was going was part of my least favorite, because it was very telling where it was going to go. His regret as a soldier, him losing a friend that he cared about and whatnot, and Tama. Like, I'm like, okay, I kind of saw that coming from a mile away. I enjoyed it, but I still like how Gita's and Yatsley's story kind of is woven into the main story. Marcus, I don't know why I was about to say Marcarius. Marcus, that's not his name either. Marchus, Jesus, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name right now. Sorry, I'm really tired. I've been recording this for a while. But I'm just gonna say Marcus, the dwarven archer who does a lot of druid stuff. Like, his story is interesting. It sucks that you have to get to the final act of the game to see it in the Tusk, about his family and the people in his village, the people he known and loved, were in a cult and all that stuff. That's really awesome to see. It just sucks that we get to that really late. But I would say that my favorite companions are Gita, Yatsley, Marcus, and Kai being last, but I do enjoy Kai's conversation and whatnot. Really good character. I mean, he's Garrus. Like, come on now. Not being able to romance? Come on, but, the friendships you earn in this game is, or not earn, but that you go through or that you get in this game is pretty cool between the companions. I would say the side quests, I love it's funny coming off of the last RPG that we played last year. The big one was Dragon Age: The Veiled Garden. Not that many consequences and story, big head scratcher. What should I do? Story deciding moments in that game. It was my game of the year last year. I still love the game, still think it's amazing, but compared to this, I'm like, oh yeah, this is what I like should I free Sapadel? Should I bring him into my body? Should I do this with the ogre? Like, all the choices in the game, definitely when it came to what to do with the settlements and whatnot, like you can see both sides of their argument. And the thing I like the most about this is that I feel like they took a lot of inspiration from The Witcher 3, where it's just like, sure, there's a very easily black and white situations, but there are a lot of gray stuff, choices as well. And definitely when it came to the settlements of where to what to do with the settlements, like should we sacrifice 30 plus people in the Shatter Scarp? Thirdborn, definitely the Dusk one was definitely not Dusk. The Tusk one was the one that got me the most. I was like, okay, but I definitely get and understand the other dwarves' point of view, where he was being basically slaves to their ancestors. Not the word I'm looking for. It's the God, which word am I looking for? Tradition. There we go. Slaves to their own traditions and whatnot versus wanting to keep being one with their tradition. Sorry if I couldn't come up with a better word for that. But I that was the one that I understood that. But I feel like if you get what's her face, Mikila or what her name was, I felt like if we went with her, I felt like she would open up and be less harsh and less, hard on those traditions. Not hard on the traditions, but less hard on the fact that maybe open up her lands to Solace Keep to others, to outsiders, wouldn't be all that bad. And lo and behold, it was pretty good. It was a good decision. I honestly want to see what the other choice looks like. But yeah, either way, like I said, Avowed, freaking great game. Obsidian knocked out of the park again. I cannot wait to see what they do next. Rather if it's Avowed 2 or the Outer Worlds 2 supposed to come up this year. We'll see. Might come out next year, but either way, I cannot freaking wait. So yeah, for my next gameplay walkthrough, everyone, I just want to touch on this for a quick second. My next full gameplay walkthrough will be Monster Hunter Wilds. Expect part 1 of that walkthrough to go live Friday morning, and I'll be streaming Monster Hunter Wilds as well Thursday afternoon as well. I'll start a fresh new playthrough. Capcom, thank you for a free and early copy of that game, so I cannot wait to start all that content for all of you. And yeah, we're coming up to March. I'm going to be doing some content if I have time for Split Fiction, if I could get my buddy Assassin4259 for my co-op partner, or I'll just ask my older brother to see if he wants to be on some content for the first time we started this YouTube thing for 12 years. But yeah, we'll see. But either way, we still have lots of content coming to this channel from now to the end of 2025. So much walkthroughs, let's play, streams, and rambling reviews. So make sure you're subscribed, have that notification bell turned on, make sure you set those notifications to all so you don't miss out on anything I post to this channel. And yeah, I think that's about it. Like I said, everyone, thank you all for watching this, and thank you all for joining me for this walkthrough. Thank you all for the love and support on this walkthrough and on my other walkthroughs and on my channel as a whole. Thank you, much appreciated. Before I let you guys all go, if you guys could please leave a like on this video if you guys like what you saw. Please subscribe for more content. Helps about this channel a lot. Also, when you do subscribe, make sure you hit the little notification bell next to the subscribe button so you don't miss out on any content I post on this channel. And make sure to set those notifications to all as well. Please share my channel, my videos to all your friends, families, cats, and dogs, and whoever who nots. And you guys can all follow me on Twitter and on Blue Sky as well at Baytuh, B-A-Y-T-U-H. If you want to keep supporting me even further, you can do so by donating to my Patreon, PayPal, YouTube, Super Thanks, leaving a tip, or becoming a YouTube member on my channel. That is patreon.com/Baytuh, B-A-Y-T-U-H, and or paypal.me/Baytuh, B-A-Y-T-U-H. And at the YouTube Super Thanks, all you have to do is click on any one of my videos so are monetized, which is 99.9% of them. Then hit the little my heart, thanks, but they donate however much you want. But regardless how you choose to support me further, any and all donations, everyone's much appreciated, and it's 100% completely optional. And for the final time for my Avowed walkthrough, my name is Malcolm, also known as Baytuh, and I will catch you guys all in my next walkthrough, Let's Play, help us update, live stream, ramble, review, basically whatever else I do next on this channel, which is going to be very, very, very soon. Peace, thank you all for watching, and I love you all.